TP 1703 and zone change, et cetera, et cetera. So somebody please count that for me. Okay, so yeah. Pete's counting. Me too. Okay. And we probably about the hotel. Okay, who's here about the marijuana thing that we've already said no to? Okay. Okay. Who's here for all three? Is there anybody here for all three? You get the Cupid doll and the prize. Oh, yeah, but we have to be here. Okay, that's okay. That's all right. Are these separated by? Yeah, it's all changes. Oh, this is okay. I need paper clips. Okay. Give me 1 second. So much to read. I guess just for the record, how many people are here about moving over to outside schools? Okay. Well, basketball players right there. How many are here missing Monday Night Football? So at least when the mouse is over here, you can see where that arrow that's over here. Just one more time. If you're here to speak on an item, please fill out a comment card. Item 3A is the denial of the marijuana variance. Item 3B is Abernathy Place Hotel. Item 3C is the Willow Farm subdivision. Item 3D is the annex for community development offices. Is our equipment working? Awesome. Oh, thank you, Pete. Did you just magically let those appear out of your pocket? Yeah, he invented them. He invented them? Wow, that's impressive. So we have another little computer technicality right here for a second. I kind of scoot out. Let me scoot out. See if that is on. It's right here, facing that way. It's the lab. Okay, while we're filming with that, we'll at least start at the first part. So, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Planning Commission meeting for September 25th, 2017. We have a number of items on the agenda for this evening, and we certainly appreciate your being here. First of all, I'd like to ask, are there any members of the public who are here this evening who have comments for us for an item that is not on the Planning Commission agenda? Please feel free to come on up. We'd love to chat with you.
Okay.
Are you on, Vern?
Yeah, he's just booting up.
He's booting up.
You can look at mine if you need it.
Okay. We're sharing computers tonight. Okay, seeing none, we will go on to the next item, which is public hearing. It's item 3A. It's adoption of findings for denial of VR 17005, a variance from the Oregon City Municipal Code, Chapter 1754.110C, Sub 1, to locate a marijuana retail dispensary at 1015 Malala Avenue within 250 feet of a public park. Gentlemen, so the record is closed, and we will be just reviewing the findings and making a decision.
Okay, on September 11th, the Planning Commission voted 6-1 to tentatively deny the requested variance request, which was to locate a marijuana dispensary 89 feet from Mountain View Cemetery, which they applied for a variance, and the criterion for a variance are provided in 1760-030. The Planning Commission found that the applicant had not adequately demonstrated compliance with all of the approval criteria for approval of the variance. The attached findings further reflect that the Mountain View Cemetery is an area where children and families would reasonably be expected to congregate, and that the code required 250-foot separation distance from the park should be maintained, and that the impact of the variance cannot be mitigated based on substantial additional testimony and evidence placed in the record. So the attached findings formalize the Planning Commission's position and include testimony given at the September 11th, 2017 public hearing. The record and the opportunity for the public to comment on the application has closed. If the Planning Commission would like to ask staff about the revised findings, I'd be happy to answer those questions. Otherwise, we're recommending denial.
Gentlemen?
I have one question.
Yes, please.
On your official findings, you have a blank space under decision. The Planning Commission voted blank to deny the application?
Yes.
So what number do you wish to put in there, or is that what we're doing tonight?
That's what we're doing tonight.
Okay.
Well, we voted 7-0 to 10 to.
6-1.
Oh, everybody was here. Wasn't everybody here?
He just said
6-0. 6 to 1.
6-1.
Yeah, 6 to 1.
6 to 1, excuse me. Yes, I was going to say 7. Everybody was here.
Sorry, everyone was here.
Yes. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that blank is to be filled in after our action this evening, as opposed to as a record of what had happened. So.
Yes.
Okay.
And as was just clarified to me, we're not voting again on the same issue. We're voting whether your findings were correct. Is that?
That we concur with the findings, yes.
Yeah.
We're voting on whether the findings are reflect your deliberation and the basis of your decision.
Okay. Thank you again.
Okay. Is there a further discussion, or is there a motion?
I move approval of the findings for, of course, I'm off the wrong.
VR.
VR 1705.
Yes, VR 1705.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Pete, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Mahoney?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy is not here. Commissioner Henkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Mabey?
Aye.
Commissioner Guile?
Aye.
Chair McGriff?
Aye.
The VR 17-005 is denied.
All right, thank you so much for that. So we're going to move on to our continued public hearing. And Ms. Richter, do I need to read the?
You do.
I do, good, okay, all right, I'm so excited about that. All right, we're going to move on to hearing agenda item number 3B, Abernathy Place Hotel and Mixed Use Development Planning File CP 17002, DP 17003, and NR 17004. This is a continued public hearing.
Someone's got their hand up. Are they trying to get
I'm deaf. Can you turn it up just a little bit? I can't hear anything.
It's up.
That's up.
Do we?
You'll hear me better than I'm hearing you.
Well, if you hang on just a moment, we'll talk to the staff.
Okay? Thank you.
So,
Sorry.
yes. Yeah, don't interrupt the meeting while we're talking. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm going to read the quasi-judicial land use script.
You probably need to wait till he can hear it so that he's appropriately informed.
I will wait till he gets his device, and then he will be appropriately informed.
He says to go ahead.
Nope.
Okay. Need help?
So as Mike Myers would say, talks amongst yourselves.
Walks amongst yourselves.
You don't do this thing here.
That's when he does the show Coffee Talk.
Yeah.
Set on screen, then you can do that.
You don't want to hear my thing? No.
That other meeting lasted.
I don't know what I was going to look at.
Every time I read this, I think of Ed.
Oh,
Because we all want to have
Applicant.
sufficient specificity.
so if you want documents,
There he is.
yeah, that tricks me too.
Laura, are we good to go?
She's actually out with.
Okay, well, I'm going to go right ahead. All right, thank you for bearing with us on this. I just read all the file numbers, so we have public hearings on this particular application. It's scheduled for tonight. A staff report has been prepared for all of those files and has been made available to the public 7 days before the public hearing. The staff report identifies the approval criteria that applies to each applicant's proposal. The staff has analyzed that criteria, which is contained in the staff report. The quasi-judicial hearing procedure that the Commission will follow is set out in state law and the Oregon City Municipal Code. Anyone wishing to speak should fill out a speaker's card, give it to the planning staff before the hearing. Speakers will proceed generally in the order that their card is received. You should fill out your address on the card, or basically your email if you want to be notified about the decision. For the public record, please begin all testimony by stating your name. Testimony and evidence should be directed to the applicable approval criteria. If you believe other criteria apply in addition to those addressed in the staff report, please identify and discuss those criteria and explain how and why you believe that criteria for the application is under consideration. A person may submit any written material while the public record is still open on each application. Any written materials received by the city staff during the time period in which the public record is open will be placed in the record. Written materials submitted during the public hearing must be presented to the staff in order to become a part of that record. If a person intends for PowerPoint presentations, oversized poster boards, pictures, reports, and other exhibits used in their oral testimony to be placed in the record, please make sure you give copies to the city staff while the record is still open. If they're not given to staff, they will not be included as part of that record. Any person wishing a continuance to present additional evidence and testimony or to keep the record open to respond to new evidence must make their request before the public hearing testimony of the hearing is closed. The Planning Commission, if the Planning Commission makes a decision in which you disagree, any issue you may wish to appeal must have been raised for consideration of the City Commission or LUBA or both. Without raising this issue on the record with sufficient specificity and accompanied by statements or evidence that the city and other parties can respond to, this issue will not be deemed appealable to the State Land Use Board of Appeals. In addition, a failure of an applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the local government or its designee to respond to that issue precludes an action for damages in civil court. So before I ask for the updated staff report, I just want to make clear for the record that this is a continued item. So if you have not been here before and you have something new and fabulous for us to hear about, please do so. If you have already testified, we really appreciate that you came in. But we'd like to keep this to anything new. This is the second time, so just please be aware of that. So we will open the record for that.
Did you want to mention the time limits? Excuse me.
I'm going to.
Okay.
So before we open the record for those files, which I previously read, I want to let people know that we will be using the timer tonight. So please be succinct and use that word we love so much with sufficient specificity. We'd love to hear you come and talk to us and testify. But again, you know, there are a lot of people here tonight, and we are very cognizant of that, as we were at the last meeting, and it did go a little late. And again, we apologize for that, but everyone got heard. So before I have Pete for the staff report, did any commissioners have any ex parte contacts, conflicts of interest, bias, or other statements to declare since the last meeting? Any commissioners, did you revisit the site? So we'll start with Bob.
None to declare.
None to declare here.
I drive by it every day, looked at it
Again.
with different eyes now
Yeah.
that I've been reading and hearing.
Yeah.
Nothing to declare.
Nothing other than I drive by the site regularly.
Yeah, I also drive by the site on a regular basis. I did have an opportunity last week to go up and look at the backyard of the Hackett House, but I did not encounter anyone, and that is my only declaration. All right, so Pete?
Anyone wish to question these commissioners about these declarations?
Don't see anybody. Okay, Pete?
Thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
So this is a request for approval of a general development plan and a detailed development plan in 2 phases located close to the intersection of 17th Street and Washington Street, directly across from the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center. Phase 1 is the subject of the detailed development plan, consisting of a 5-story hotel with approximately 99 rooms, with associated parking lot, site improvements, and street frontage improvements. Phase 2 consists of 181 apartment units, 9,500 square feet of retail space, a 2,500 square foot coffee shop, and associated parking and site improvements. The project proposal includes the preservation and retention of the Hackett House, a designated historic landmark which is currently used for offices. At the September 11th public hearing, you had heard additional testimony regarding 2 additional adjustments. Tonight, what we're going to do is try to summarize the current submittal and issues raised to date. And then we would be coming back to you with final revised findings. We're recommending that you take further testimony tonight and to close the record, provide tentative approval and continue the public hearing to a date certain. Since the September 11th public hearing, we have received additional written testimony. I'm going to go into that. We've also reviewed the applicant's suggested revisions to the recommended conditions of approval with our Development Services Department, and we are generally supportive of them. The revisions are minimal and serve to clarify the timing of the conditions to either Phase 1 or Phase 2. The attached revisions and a summary of those prepared by the applicant are part of the record. Additionally, the applicant's architect, civil engineer, and traffic engineer and attorney have prepared memoranda responding to the issues raised on September 11th. And Mike Robinson, the applicant's attorney, will be talking to you about that. We also have more items added by Mr. James Nacita, consisting of documents related to access and connectivity between 17th Street and the train station, which staff had addressed through revised condition of approval 45. We'll talk about that. And to summarize the 6 requested adjustments that are part of the general development plan, I've listed those in the cover report, the staff report. There are 6. The first is the adjustment to the maximum building height of 45 feet within 500 feet of the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center. The applicant is requesting a height of 66 foot 1 inch as measured from street grade. Second adjustment is to the minimum ceiling height of 14 feet for the first floor of a commercial building. The applicant is requesting 12 feet. Third adjustment is to the maximum combined height requirement for a fence and a retaining wall of 8 feet. The applicant is requesting 15. The fourth adjustment is to the window and projection and recess requirements for hotel windows. The fifth adjustment is to the minimum wall articulation to reduce the depth of the required wall plane projections or recesses from 3% to 2.8% for floors 2 through 5. The sixth and final adjustment request is to side orient the main facade with a primary vehicle entry port cochere on the side of the building for Phase 1 and to allow an enhanced facade and pedestrian entry facing Washington Street. We have also received some new exhibits, which I placed before you, which I'll briefly mention. We have a letter from Mr. Trent Premor with respect to design compatibility and site plan and design review. We have an email from James Nacita with some attachments with respect to pedestrian connectivity, specifically OCMC 12.04199 pedestrian bicycle access ways. We have an email from Cameron McCready with attachments, a signed letter from co-chairs of the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association with respect to design compatibility, enforceability of design guidelines, and the citizen involvement neighborhood association meeting requirement. Also, that includes a public records request for items related to the Metro Enhancement Grant. The letter from the Neighborhood Association Chair for the Two Rivers Neighborhood Association, Brian Boyce, I'm placing it into the record this evening. I believe it was placed in the record earlier, but it might have been as an attachment and didn't show up. But this states that on January 25th, 2017, the Two Rivers Neighborhood Association met to discuss the proposed project in accordance with the city's requirements for a neighborhood association meeting. It also lists the people present at that meeting and summarizes the items discussed. And finally, the applicant has prepared a bicycle circulation plan indicating where bicycle circulation through the site would be provided between the train station, Washington Street, through the site to the hotel, and 17th Street. And I will let Carrie Richter summarize some of the legal issues for you.
Thank you, Pete. I wanted to provide a couple of additional, a little bit of additional information with regard to the other documents submitted. As you know, we've gotten a fair amount of other plan documents that and how they connect has been a little bit complicated. So I wanted to provide sort of a framework for you to think about these other documents. The standard that is germane to our review here, it requires a consideration of the comprehensive plan and ancillary documents, right? So that's the starting point. So what are included in the ancillary documents? And if you look at the comprehensive plan itself, it talks about what the ancillary documents are. And for example, it says the OC, Oregon City Downtown Community Plan, is one of those ancillary documents. So that's one of the first questions is this the comprehensive plan or an ancillary document to the comprehensive plan, or is it not? The second key component I want you to think about, that you should think about when you are considering these other documents, are whether a plan policy is an approval standard will be determined with reference to the words used in the particular plan policy and the structure of the plan itself. In the absence of something in the plan to the contrary, plan policies worded in aspirational and general terms are intended to guide development of implementing ordinances and not individual permit decisions. What you have before you is an individual permit decision. There are a whole bunch of documents that go into that went into the creation of the comprehensive plan. We've got a whole bunch of them that have been submitted into the record. The question for you to decide is, are those mandatory, regulatory, do they contain mandatory, regulatory approval criteria? Were those documents intended to regulate applications? So we have the Downtown Community Plan. It is an ancillary document. Its purpose is to provide a basis for updating the comprehensive plan. That's what it says. Its purpose is to provide a basis for updating the comprehensive plan. That does not say that it is to provide criteria for a review of development. It creates a series of districts. The subject property is within a mixed-use commercial office district and in a tourist commercial district. There's no discussion in that mixed-use commercial district of any sort of design standards. With the tourist commercial district component, it does say that new construction is to comply with the end of the Oregon Trail Master Plan. So this is the most specific, and you may recall that usually the most specific controls. If there's a general and a specific, the more specific controls. So then further down, the very last page of the master plan, there is a reference to these design guidelines being incorporated, the end of the Oregon Trail design guidelines. And that's the document that the city can't find and hasn't been presented into the record. I believe that there is no indication in the community plan that these design guidelines are an ancillary document to the comprehensive plan. There's no language in the downtown plan suggesting that. The other thing is that we have more specific guidance, we think, from the end of the Oregon Trail master plan, which is what we do have in the record. So I think if there is any sort of design direction dictated by these ancillary documents, should you find that they are not fully implemented in the plan, it ought to come from the end of the Oregon Trail master plan. I haven't seen any mandatory language that requires our application of these documents that we can't find. Some folks have submitted some material from the Metro Urban Growth Management Functional Plan with regard to Title 13 and wildlife in natural areas. And again, that is not a ancillary document or part of the comprehensive plan. That is something that we have implemented fully in our comprehensive plan. We've got some materials related to the local wetland inventory and riparian materials. And I would suggest to you that our natural resource overlay district standards provide a framework for the implementation of Metro's requirements. It says itself that the Natural Resource Overlay District implements the Oregon City Comprehensive Plan natural resource goals, including the policy of maintaining and enhancing water quality and controlling erosion and sedimentation through revegetation of disturbed sites. So again, this is a question of what is the planning document. What is the local wetland inventory would be our planning document. Then we have implemented that planning document through our natural resource overlay district. We've received the Oregon City 2002 Waterfront Master Plan, and its purpose is to, quote, guide the management of natural assets and frameworks for implementing certain projects. Again, that doesn't say for reviewing applications for development within the waterfront area. It identifies the value of providing multiple pedestrian connections between Oregon City and the Cove. And I think Pete just discussed about the applicant's provision of a path that would achieve that goal. The final thing I want to mention, there was a discussion at the last hearing about the relationship between variances and adjustments and whether or not a variance could be granted for a height increase. And I wanted to point out that the city's code with regard to adjustments with master plans is set out in 1765-070. And it says that an applicant may request one or more adjustments to the applicable development regulations as part of the master planning process. These include, but are not limited to, items such as dimensional standards of the underlying zone, site plan and design review criteria, residential design standards, and standards for land division approval. This expressly appears to allow for an adjustment of dimensional standards, which would include the height, and would include adjustments to the site plan and design review standards, which would include changing the location of the front entrance. I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide any greater clarification, or if you don't have any, I will, that's my report.
Chair McGriff, one addition.
Please.
Yeah. City's transportation consultant, John Replinger, is here tonight, and John has talked to staff about this condition of approval 17 and suggesting a minor revision to this condition of approval. This condition of approval states that the applicant must construct Washington Street along the site frontage, including a center turn lane to provide for left turn lanes into the site. The applicant shall provide additional traffic engineering analysis relating to the location that shows the location of proposed access will not will not interfere with queuing or traffic operations at adjacent traffic signals through the TSP planning horizon. That's the way the condition reads now. The recommendation, and I can ask John to come up and speak to this very briefly, if you would, is to amend that slightly.
In writing?
Yes, I can pass it down to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair McGriff, Commission members. In working through the conditions of approval last week with staff, I realized that the condition I originally wrote was perhaps open to some misinterpretation, and that it would be better to refine the condition presenting it to you this evening rather than let it get complicated later on. My concern is that my original condition said not interfere with the queuing or traffic operations, et cetera, and realized that that could be misinterpreted such that the queue could never extend beyond the entrance of the driveway. I just thought that was a bit onerous and it would be better to clear it up. So that's why I proposed changing it to significant adverse impact.
And what does that mean?
Well, it would essentially be a staff level decision about whether it was impactful. The applicant's traffic engineer has already done some additional analysis and presented it to me orally that shows that the frequency of blockages or extending the queue back to the driveway will be fairly rare. So the condition of approval would, in essence, when we get to that at the staff basis, the applicant could satisfy that by presenting the written information that's been presented to me orally. As you're aware, this is a complicated issue with all of the different access and so forth. I was just concerned that the condition is written could be misinterpreted and become almost impossible to satisfy.
So in English, what your item 17 is the concern that people crossing over the Abernathy Bridge wanting to turn into the hotel might stack up and block the intersection.
Right.
And so your belief based on the information you've been given is that it would be a rare occurrence, and so rather than make it not interfere, because it could occur,
right,
that it not be, that if it becomes an onerous condition, then they will have to make more adjustments.
Right.
If it's once every week because everybody gets out of church at the same time, then it is what it is.
That's correct,
okay.
Damon, thank you. And, if it were to become a real issue, the city always has the right to make it into a right-in, right-out condition. And it may very well be that Abernathy's signal ends up being the de facto prime entrance, so it may not be a problem.
Well, why don't we just do that right now?
Because additional access, spreading the access, having multiple access points is generally good in terms of connectivity, in terms of dispersing the impacts, providing good opportunities for people to access from multiple locations is a reasonable one.
Okay. So Pete, will we be getting that in?
Yeah, I will
writing?
add this into the record as an electronic
It'd be nice
copy.
if we could,
Yep.
Thank you, we appreciate that. It would be nice to review it, and that way I can
Okay, I'll make copies tonight too.
mull it over in our brains, so.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else, Pete?
No, not at this point. Thank you.
I want to look at something real
Okay,
quick.
look at,
It
I need
might
to,
be-
hang on, go ahead, I need to ask Carrie something.
I just have a clarifying question about item 40, condition approval 46, which says the duration of approval for the plan is 5 years unless amended. If 5 years go by and it's not amended and they haven't completed construction, what's the requirement? You got to come back and do this all over again?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't one of those, oh, well, there's no plan, just do whatever you want. There is, it's, you missed your opportunity, now you get to do this exciting public process all over again.
Right. I mean, if the plan expires, the general development plan expires, the zoning is still there. There's still permitted uses on the site. But depending on what's proposed in the future, if they want to do the same kind of thing and 5 years goes by, then they'd have to come back for an amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure it wasn't a, we'll just wait 5 years and it's a free.
Because this is a phased plan, and our general development plan is the only mechanism we have for phasing.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that the rule is it doesn't become a free-for-all because you waited too long enough. It's back to the process all over again.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Anyway, I just want to back up just a little bit. I need to make a declaration. For those of you that know me, know that I live in the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association, and I am on the executive board of the Neighborhood Association, but I did not participate in the discussion with regard to the testimony that's going to be presented here tonight that was submitted in writing. The first time I saw it was when I came up here tonight. So if anybody has an objection to that, they should let me know about that right now. Okay, just wanted to declare that because I just looked at it and I said, oh, okay. All right, so we are going to, well, I've already opened the public hearing, so we're going to go through the list here. Michael and Lloyd, do you want to come on up? Oh, they know.
I didn't know your name was Lloyd Fowler.
Chair McGriff, before we start, were you going to announce time limits?
Is Lloyd here tonight?
He's going to come after us.
Oh, okay. Well, I was trying to call them in the order that I thought they were going to be appropriate. So yes, there, again, to reiterate, there will be time limits tonight, and Laura will be manning personing, excuse me, not manning. She will be personing the timer. And
how much time do we have, Chair?
15 minutes
Thank you.
for the applicant. The public's allowed 3 minutes on individuals and 5 minutes on groups, unless the Planning Commission extends.
Thank you.
Commissioner McGriff and members of the commission, my name's Dan Fowler. I have an office here in Oregon City. And just a couple of, keep my comments brief, and then I'll turn it over to Mike, and then Lloyd will be up here. A small correction, and I might have just misspoke, but the second phase of the apartments isn't 181, it's 131.
Sorry.
Nope, no problem. And I just wanted to state that we've listened to all the testimony. I actually listened to last week live at a conference I was in, and then we've also read all of the material that's been submitted to you and tried our very best to address all those issues. And I want to just publicly express and thank people for the critique and comments. I think we've tried to take some of the design ideas that Mr. Nacita suggested in terms of East Lake, take a closer look at the hotel. The tower becomes emblematic of that tower at the Hackett House. We've added a round window to kind of pull some things in. So I just want the people to know that we do listen and we take those comments seriously. We want to be a good neighbor and a good participant in the process. And in terms of landscaping, we've looked at how we can bore sewer lines so we can keep all the native vegetation there in those trees. We think it's important to keep the height of those. So those are the kind of things that we really do take seriously when they're talked about. And that's all I really wanted to say. I'll turn it over to Mike.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening, Chair McGriff, members of the commission. My name is Mike Robinson. I'm a representative of the applicant. My mailing address is 1120 Northwest Cooch Street. Cooch is spelled C-O-U-C-H, 10th floor, Portland, 97209-4128. I want to take just a few moments of our 15 minutes and talk about the legal issues that have been raised tonight. We've given you several letters from my office, one dated September 11th, one dated September 22nd, plus Mr. Ard and Mr. Sissel each submitted a letter last week in response to questions, respectively, from Chair McGriff about trip distribution and the commission generally about soil permeability. So I'll leave it to you to review those letters and look at them in more detail, but I want to touch on several of the legal issues. The first is, and I think your city attorney did a nice job of explaining, is what are the approval criteria and what are the applicable plans? And she said it well. The words used in the plan policy and the structure of the plan itself tell us whether these are mandatory plans or whether they have applicable approval criteria. So first of all, not every policy in your comprehensive plan is a mandatory approval criteria. It depends on the policy's language and its context. Many of them, as Ms. Richter said, are direction to the city to do other things. Our application addresses those plan policies that we believe are relevant. Not every plan is a relevant plan or contains mandatory approval standards. You have a number of ancillary plans, the Downtown Community Plan, the End of the Oregon Trail 1991 Plan, incorporated by reference in the DDP and the Waterfront Plan. But those don't have mandatory approval standards, and our letter explains in more detail why that's the case. Plus, your conference plan at page 11 notes that the Downtown Community Plan goals and policies have already been added to the plan. So to the extent they're mandatory, you look to the plan language. If they use something like shall, they are. Otherwise, they're not. The Downtown Community Plan itself doesn't have mandatory approval standards. The End of the Oregon Trail 1996 plan is not incorporated by reference at all in the Downtown Community Plan. Only the 1991 plan is. I agree with what Ms. Richter had to say about the End of the Oregon Trail design guidelines. Plus, there's no indication in any planning document that's before you that they've ever been adopted by the City Commission. And I'll make one other point. At page 123 of the End of the Oregon Trail 1991 plan, it says, quote, the city should pursue more fully developed, more fully detailed guidelines. That suggests to me that that's not been done, and that's why they're not available. But indeed, they're not available to us. We don't know what they say, but looking at the documents that are before us, I think you can conclude that they're not mandatory approval standards. Finally, Mr. Nocita in his submittal last week suggests that various recorded real estate documents are approval standards. They are not. They don't guide your decision in this matter. Second issue you've heard a lot about is stormwater, and I agree with your city attorney. All of the stormwater requirements that we're going to comply with are found in the Oregon City Municipal Code or standards adopted by your Public Works Department. Those are things that are implemented by both the Metro Functional Plan and Goal 5, which, as your city attorney said, are not directly applicable to a permit application such as this. They're implemented, and the evidence before you shows that we have and can satisfy all of those. My third topic are approval criteria, and I'll try and go through those quickly. First is 1762050A3 small a. That's the standard that, if it were applicable here, tells you that you need to try to marry the hotel to the design of the Hackett House. But it's not applicable. We pointed that out in our September 11th letter. And here's why. It says alterations, additions, and new construction located within 3 districts and when abutting a designated historic landmark. We abut a designated historic landmark, but we're not within one of those 3 districts. And unfortunately, the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association omits that crucial first language. That's why that standard is not applicable to us. Second criterion that's been raised in the August 21st letter, or September 21st letter, see if I've got this right. Yeah, I do. From the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association is OCMC 1750-050. That's the neighborhood meeting standard. But in fact, you'll hear evidence tonight that it's satisfied. Subsection A doesn't necessarily require that communication of the meeting be done by certified mail return receipt requested. It says it also allows, quote, other communication methods, end quote, if approved by the neighborhood association. The evidence you'll hear tonight is that in fact occurred. And even if it wasn't met, it's not an approval standard, but in fact we did meet it. Ms. Richter mentioned the adjustment standards. Mr. Nocita argued that 17.62 contains the relevant adjustment standards. In fact, it's 17.65. And if you read 17.65.070, capital A, as Ms. Richter did, it says in relevant part, an applicant may request one or more adjustments to the applicable development regulations as part of the master planning process. These include, but are not limited to, items such as dimensional standards of the underlying zone, site plan and design review criteria, residential design standards, and standards for land division approval. Much broader than the standards in 762. The final approval standard I'd like to mention in the commission is the access way standards in OCMC 1204199. Mr. Nocita argues that we're subject to the access standards in 1204199 A and B. We don't believe that we are, and I think the city staff would agree if asked, because their original staff report said, in fact, they didn't apply. And Mr. Hill will talk about this in more detail, but if you read the last paragraph of 12, or the last sentence rather, of 1204.199, it says, pedestrian and bicycle access ways are required through private property or as right-of-way connecting development to the right-of-way at intervals not exceeding 330 feet of frontage, or where the lack of street continuity creates inconvenient or out-of-direction travel patterns for local pedestrian or bicycle trips. So the reason that you have access ways isn't present on this site. If you look at the site map that's before you and the public, the site is well ventilated. We've got 3 driveways, we have numerous walkways. It's easy to go north-south, east-west. This is not a site that's constrained. It's not a site that standard was designed to address. Chairman Griffin, members of the commission, let me address one last issue, and that's whether there is a right to a continuance or an open record period. As you know, state law says anybody can ask, and they don't even have to have a reason before the conclusion of the first hearing, that the hearing be continued or the written record held open. We're now on to our 3rd hearing. You certainly have the discretion to do that, but we hope that you conclude as we do that it's not necessary. We think you have all the evidence before you to demonstrate that the approval criteria are met. If there's additional argument presented to you tonight, we'll address that in rebuttal, but we would ask you to close the hearing, close the record, and deliberate to a tentative decision tonight. If you do that, we will waive our right to final written argument. We appreciate your time, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Hill.
How are we doing on time, Laura?
6 minutes, 22 seconds.
Okay.
Chairman McGriff, commissioners, in the intervening time since our last Monday evening get-together, we have carefully considered some of the issues that were raised by Mr. Nocita and others at the last hearing. I have submitted a letter on Friday, the 22nd here, which included, I think you should have received something that had copies that showed a revised elevation here. And I can, maybe somebody can pin this up on the wall so people in the audience can see it as well. As Mr. Robinson pointed out, while we do not think there is a requirement for the hotel to comply with and to incorporate the design elements and so forth from the Hackett House, we do think, and as I've outlined in my letter, that we have been sensitive. We have certainly consulted with the Historic Review Board and the planning staff and followed their advice regarding the siting of the hotel. We've oriented the hotel in such a way that it doesn't wrap around on both sides of the historic home. We've left the historic home where it is and have not moved it. And we're proposing leaving as much of the existing landscaping in its place as it is. In fact, we've explored with our engineers if there are some of the large mature trees on the site that might conflict with sewer or utilities. Rather than removing the trees so that we can trench, we would explore the possibility of boring a new sewer line in so that we can leave the existing trees where they are. And in addition, we believe we have incorporated traditional elements into the design of the hotel. A base and a shaft and a top, and traditional materials, traditional window forms, and so forth. We have incorporated the use of native Oregon stone into the building. There have been some comments in some of the letters submitted that it's the hotel is just made of fiber cement, wood siding and stucco. In fact, we've incorporated native stone all around the base of the building, so the base is almost entirely native stone or glass and metal. So the revised elevation that we've pinned on the wall here shows an adjustment to the tower element. The tower element was added in part to provide a reference to the tower element at the Hackett House. And so we have added the most prominent feature in the Hackett House on the tower is a circular window, prominently displayed at the top floor on the face of it. So we have incorporated a similar circular window into the top floor facing out towards Washington Street, which we think will will make a reference to the design of the Hackett House. And we've also proposed changing the siding so that it's a smaller scale lap siding product rather than the bigger scale siding which is proposed on the rest of the house, also in an attempt to connect with the Hackett House.
Lloyd, do you mean the profile?
Pardon?
You mean the profile of the siding?
The space between the joints.
Which is?
I believe we changed it to 4 inches, rather than 6 or 7 inches. Regarding the materials, it is true that the siding that we've have shown here, we're considering using a simulated wood rather than a natural wood. We would use a real hardwood or something here. The concern is maintenance and long-term care, and Hilton has very strongly encouraged us to use this simulated Nichia fiber cement, which we've looked at, and from a short distance away, it is virtually impossible to tell that it's not real wood. So on the 4 sides of the hotel, in the locations where it occurs, the vast majority of the places, there's only one place where it occurs down close to street level where you can get close to it. In all of the other places, it's above the 2nd floor line. So we're confident that it will have an appearance which is, feels like it's natural wood. So, we believe we have met the intent of complying with the requirements of 1762-050 and 1762-050. I'd like to move on to the access issue, which was raised. We just first heard about it earlier today. Mr. Mesita has raised it, and I apologize for handing out yet another letter, but I do have copies of a letter which I'd like to enter into the record here, which address the concerns raised by Mr. Mesita. So there are a couple of points that I'd like to make. First of all, Mr. Mesita makes reference to an agreement that was entered into when the property was purchased. We've reviewed that agreement and have included some excerpts from that agreement in this letter. What the agreement calls for is to place easements on the property to allow public shared joint access to promote connectivity. It does not require creating a pedestrian or bicycle access way. And that access way is an important term. It's used elsewhere in the code. So there was already a condition of approval in the proposed conditions of approval requiring these easements. We have suggested in the letter slightly amending the language of that condition of approval to make it clear that it's for bicycles as well as pedestrians and vehicles, and also make it clear that it's providing access throughout the property and the train station all the way down to 17th Street. So we proposed adding just a minor adjustment to the language of this condition. Finally, whether Mr. Robinson has pointed out that the requirements of the access way really shouldn't apply to this property, and the letter includes an explanation, but in essence, the 350-foot block standard is intended to prevent mega blocks from blocking access to other developments which would be on the opposite side of it. And in the case of this property, it is more than 350 feet along the frontage on Washington Street, but there's no reason for for access to another development on the other side of the project, because the railroad right-of-way effectively creates a barrier preventing access to anything on the other side of the railroad. So there is no requirement for having either streets or pedestrian access ways to divide the site. And that's why the staff determined that condition, that part of the code didn't apply to this. If you look at the other direction, would you like me to stop?
Yep. Just wrap it up.
Okay, if you look at the other direction, the access from the railroad station going towards downtown, it's just as short a distance to go from the railroad station out to the bike lane on Washington Street and then continue downtown down to 17th Street as it would be to go through the site down to 17th Street and then out to Washington Street. So there's no inconvenience created by not creating a separate right-of-way for a pedestrian bicycle access way, providing access through there. With that said, the master plan has been designed to provide vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle access through the property. So we've prepared a new exhibit that diagrams how that works. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
No, that's very clear. Thank you.
Any possibility to ask an artistic question?
Absolutely.
Just wondering if you'd ever given any idea, I know there's concern about it being historical with the end of the Oregon Trail. Thank you. I'm not talking right. Have you ever considered on the, I guess it's not up there, the side of the building that faces 17th, and maybe on the rock part, maybe some bronze looking wagon wheel?
Yeah, we talked about some art.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because I didn't see it in this. I just wondering if that would soften.
Yeah, there will be artwork there, and there's been a question raised at the last hearing about how big it should be. The proposed condition proposes a size. We haven't really finalized exactly what the medium is, and depending on what the medium is, that will have an impact on what the size is. If it's an inexpensive medium, it might be quite large. If it's cast bronze, it might be a little bit smaller. And I know we've had discussions at length with the applicant here, and the intent is to do something really nice that will be an appropriate scale there. So
it was just something I've been thinking a lot about. I mean, I know we've talked about it. I kept thinking, did anybody ever mention a wagon wheel there that might suffice?
Well, there's already wagon wheels across the street.
Well,
so.
that's why this would tie it in.
I don't know if they need any more wagon.
That would just tie it in if it was something nice.
I was advocating for a map of Greenpoint. So anyway, so I do have, not a question, but you talked about incorporating some of the comments that you received. So I'm wondering how you may have or may not have incorporated some of the comments that I made regarding adding additional documentation regarding the articulation of the building, how the vocabulary of the building relates back to the Hackett House. And then I also asked if there's any chance you had like a real picture of the Hackett House with your design, because that little building that you showed in the other drawing, it's kind of, it's really not the Hackett House. And it doesn't really give you, that's why I was over there. I was standing there behind it, kind of trying to go, okay, in my head, am I looking at the building? You know, so I'm imagining in my head what I think that might have been.
So the September 22 letter does make an attempt to identify some of the specific design features which we think are responsive to and provide a historic context. You made a number of comments. We did talk about the fact that this would be native natural stone that's quarried in Oregon, not some synthetic stone or not stone that's imported from out of state. We didn't comment about the trees, but we understand the small caliper, large caliper, and it's our intent to put in, trees, particularly where we're screening, that are substantial in size and not just little.
I saw the comment about making sure that trees weren't going to interfere with sewer, et cetera, which is important. So I just wanted you to say that more fully on the record. So I guess one of these times I will try to find somewhere a picture so I can, before we conclude this, so I can see the Hackett House and the hotel at the same time. And I appreciate, that this is done on a computer, and that little building that's off to the, well, on my screen it's off to the left is not really super representative of the Hackett House.
That isn't. That's actually the radiator repair shop.
That's the yes, I know, and I'm trying to look for the Hackett House behind
the Hackett House is,
yes, it's
in the draw. It's actually in the drawing there.
Yeah.
On the rendering here.
Yeah. Okay. I will go look at that more fully. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a card here from Jerry Herman. So again, if you've already said something and told us that, we're looking for something new.
Apparently in your record, you have a letter from the Two River Neighborhood Association. Jerry Herman.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Two Rivers Neighborhood Association, which I'm a part of. I've worked with that group for the last 4 years since they've been in existence to try to help guide some work in Clackamas Cove and other areas.
Excuse me, Jerry.
Jerry, stop for just a second.
One clarification. Are you, if someone is testifying on behalf of a group, just let me know so we can change that time allocation. Are you testifying on behalf of the Two Rivers Neighborhood Association or just personally?
I was just clarifying the letter as a member of it.
So just for the 3 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, so he's,
thank you.
I'll be real quick, 3 minutes. All right.
Thank you.
So in the letter, it describes the meeting that was held on the 25th of January. I could not be at that meeting. A number of other people could not, but the meeting was held. And then Brian, our chairman, did get back to us to ask us additional comments about the building, which I did not understand very clearly at that time. A lot of work has been done on the design since that time. I understand a lot more. Only thing I want to emphasize again, as a member of this group, okay, and also a person that testified last time to you, is I feel that this facility, with the design change that have been made, especially to protect the trees, which I feel are very important around the Hackett House, and the corridor along 17th Street, can be a mainstay, a real anchor on that end of town. The only other anchor you have is Metro South Transfer Station, which you may or may not like, and Home Depot, big structures. This building has a lot of design features that have been put in the last few weeks that I've heard about, which I support, that make it, I think, fit the site better. So the Homeowners Association letter, we looked at this whole thing. A few people did back in January of this year. Additional comments were made at other meetings we had when we were also looking at Clackamas Cove projects. So I want you to be aware that we did take a look at it. And I would really hope that this project could move forward in some manner to be a major asset on this end, which is very degraded, except for the end of the Oregon Trail and the Depot project. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify for the record, not any dish tip anyway, we don't have any HOAs that are representative. He means neighborhood association. So HOA is a homeowners association. As far as I know, Two Rivers is not a HOA.
Yeah, I did not write this letter.
No.
Our chairman does.
Yeah.
Did.
It just says on your thing that you're representing the Two Rivers, you're in the Two Rivers HOA.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just referring to the letter.
For the record. Thank you.
Right, no problem. Thank you.
Bob LaSalle.
Good evening. My name is Bob LaSalle, and I live here in Oregon City. Tonight, I'm here as the land use chair of the Park Place Neighborhood Association. We had a meeting last Monday, and they tasked me to address you about some of the issues that the organization has. Now, I want to say up front, we're totally in support of this hotel. We think it's a wonderful thing. It's in the right place, and generally the whole thing is designed pretty well. But we do have some concerns which have been brought up and may be solved. One of them was the main entrance not being on Washington Street. I haven't been able to go through all your meetings to find out what the conclusion on that was, but that's something that the neighborhood had a little question about there. The other one was in regard to the vicinity of the Hackett House and the architecture. And I've found that tonight they've done some issues about trying to improve that condition or bring some architectural standards to the hotel that might relate to the Hackett House. Now, in one person's rebuttal of Mr. Nocita's statements, he said that the downtown overlay district, I believe it was, reads that if it's not within that district, that the historic house doesn't have to have an architectural reference. Well, that's not true, because if you go to the second part of that same code, it specifically states that architectural renderings within the 300 feet, I believe it is, of any historic property should be considered in the architectural standards of the new building. So that person that stated that didn't go quite far enough, and the part that he wrote about is really subject to interpretation. You could read it several different ways. It pretty much covers our conditions. Again, I'd like to state that we are in support of the hotel, and the main thing right now is their architectural renderings. Thank you.
Very quickly, to clarify, you said you had questions about the Washington Street access. What was the issue?
The question of it, the main entrance of the hotel needing to be on Washington Street.
Okay, so it wasn't about that there's a driveway or anything. It was that whether it had to be, like, the porte cochere had to be facing Washington.
So yes.
Okay.
Right. Because, like, you know, I was at one of the offices the other day, and a poor builder was in there trying to explain why he didn't have to comply with the code, and they were going to make him comply with that code no matter what. Yeah. And so our feelings are, if we as citizens or builders have to comply with codes, then of course
so does
the big people too. But we wouldn't want to see this become another, what's that name of that sports outfit that was supposed to be coming in there?
Oh. Yeah, another Cabela's, yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to see another Cabela's happen here.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Sure about that.
Thank you. Paul Edgar? And again, if you've been here before and we were interested in hearing some new information.
Thank you. Paul Edgar from Oregon City, Kenema. My biggest concern about this hotel is not the need for it, but it's about making it referenceable historically and linking it to the end of the Oregon Trail and to the Hackett House. I can tell that they're concerned about it. I voiced my concern directly to Mr. Fowler in the past, and I just believe that it's very important in my mind that we make greater improvements and linkages and where it becomes not detracting. And it's at the level where it becomes detracting because it lacks in any connectivity to the other properties that are important. And I think that that's wrong. And I just felt like that it's important for me to say that here. The end of the Oregon Trail has so much historic significance for not only wagons, trains, and the early settlers, but for the Indians and the native population that lived there. And it would be, I think, appropriate if something was done greater than what is now being presented or offered up. And I would hope that it'd be an ongoing discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Jonathan?
He's out in the lobby.
Jonathan Stone? Hi there. Do you have something new to add? You're on your third time,
well,
yes.
Carol was here last time,
yeah.
So. Sorry, I was in the cheap seats out back. My name is Jonathan Stone, and I'm the executive director of the Oregon City Association and a resident of Oregon City. I don't have much to add, so I'm going to be short, and that is to reiterate DOCA's support and with respect to...
It's okay. Just take a breath. Take a minute.
Sorry. With respect to the zoning district and the proposed use, absolutely. In terms of dimensional issues and all of that, there doesn't really appear to be anything that is in real conflict with what is in the vision for the future of downtown Oregon City, and we think it will be an important anchor for development for the rest of downtown. That's all I had to say.
And addressing any criteria that we can use for?
No, the specific criteria has been addressed before, so I'm just reiterating my support.
Okay. Unfortunately, liking it or not liking it is not in our criteria, as much as we would love it to be.
Correct, but the dimensional standards and the other things that you're looking at, in my personal opinion, the proposal as presented is satisfactory for those requirements.
Thank you so much. I think you're going to win the record for being here the most. Jay Pierce.
Oh, I had that.
Again, folks, just reiterating, we are looking for testimony in support of the criteria or not in support of the criteria. If you like it or not, that's great.
My name is Jay Pierce, and I'm here as a resident of the McLaughlin Historic District, and specifically related to the design criteria that's been brought up tonight regarding access and through, I'm not sure what the correct term was, but the ability for pedestrian and bicycle access to move through the property. I do not see that as a significant issue that should be considered, considering the impact of this overall project. This is the Hilton Corporation. I mean, they're coming in. This anchor is going to be an immense economic benefit to this part of town. And I've reviewed the design at some length. I've seen tonight what have been presented as the amended design criteria, incorporating more architectural significance relevant to the historic nature of the property. And I disagree with the previous speaker that I think this is an homage to all of those people who have come before and used this plane when they arrived here in Oregon City. They would have wanted the development that we see occurring not just in this area, but all throughout the city. And as one of the residents living closest to this development, if anybody, I'm one of the people who's going to see the most impact from this property being developed, and I am totally in favor of the development, and I do believe the criteria that have been considered for appearance, design aspects, access. I don't think it's going to be a traffic problem on Washington Street, and I use that street 20 times a day. So I think we need to move ahead on this. I don't think Hilton's going to wait for us much longer, and I don't see any real objections. I haven't heard any here this evening that would cause me to pause and say, well, maybe I'm considering this wrong. I don't think, for instance, as part of my association newsletter, I don't remember ever seeing a vote on these last minute design criteria questions that came up. I'm just a member of the association, but I don't see any relevance to, I think it's a couple of members may have objections. I'm a member as a resident, and I don't. So I think there's a reasonable difference of opinion here, and I think you need to approve this plan.
Okay, thank you.
Bill Daniels.
Oh, it's a twofold.
Yeah, I didn't call Cameron McCready.
Just come up to neighborhood.
We're a team.
So you're speaking as the neighborhood association?
Yes.
We are speaking as a neighborhood group from McLaughlin Neighborhood Association. Go ahead, Cameron.
Cameron McCready, a resident of the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association and co-vice chair of the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association.
And I'm Bill Daniels, also co-vice chair of the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association. And I would like to read into the record as a position for the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association through the steering committee, we were asked to formulate and put into the record the position of the Neighborhood Association.
Summarize it. We have received the written material.
I will do that. The comments that follow address three principal issues: the design compatibility of the proposed hotel with the immediately surrounding Abernathy Green area. Number two, the question of whether design guidelines are discretionary or binding. And number 3, the integrity of the citizen involvement process in this proceeding as it pertains to the Two Rivers Neighborhood Association and the Citizen Involvement Committee. And we'd like to address those issues in turn. The design compatibility submitted plan set shows a 5-story hotel, the facade of which is dominated by 2 materials, a wood texture fiber cement panel system and synthetic plaster prefabricated panels. The hotel adopts no particular architectural style unless it might be considered modernist. It further appears to represent a mildly altered standardized Hampton Inn franchise design. It is an issue as to whether the foregoing are consistent with both the letter and the intent of the applicable Oregon City municipal codes. Exceptionally, as well as requiring that the new construction, when abutting a design historic landmark, shall utilize materials in a design that incorporates the architecture of the subject building as well as the surrounding district or abutting historic landmark. In this case, the proposed hotel abuts the site of the Hackett House, a designated historic landmark. Thus, the hotel must incorporate the architectural design and materials of the Hackett House. At a minimum, the facade materials should include more authentic building materials, evoking the time period of the Hackett House, such as natural stone veneer or wood, or appropriate materials listed in the preferred list. Furthermore, according to the Oregon City Municipal Codes, a standard prototype or franchise design must yield to the requirements of the code. Also, the applicant is requesting an adjustment to the 45-foot height limitation for property within 500 feet end of the Oregon Interpretive Center. It is an issue as to whether such a tall building will become a visual distraction from the iconic hoops, which are supposed to be the dominant feature in the area. Furthermore, as is seen in the architectural renderings, a 5-story building completely overwhelms the abutting historic landmark, the Hackett House. And item 2, the enforceability of design guidelines. It's a second matter of concern to the MNA is the enforceability of these guidelines. The Oregon City Downtown Community Plan incorporates by reference a set of design guidelines entitled End of the Trail District Design Guidelines 1991. The MNA requests strict application of these applicable design guidelines. The stakes for the MNA are very high in the city's treatment of design guidelines as mandatory rather than discretionary. A precedent in a hotel land use application not to treat design guidelines as mandatory has implications as to whether the McLaughlin District Design Guidelines will be considered mandatory for such significant pending land use reviews as that of the proposed Public Works Operations Center in our neighborhood. It is a significant issue that staff claims that the End of the Trail District Guidelines 1991 could not be located. Integrity of the citizen involvement process is the third point. The point of departure for this section's comment is a single document in the record of this case that purports to satisfy the neighborhood meeting requirements. It's attached in our documents. It consists of an email from the applicant's representative to planner Pete Walter regarding a meeting with the Two Rivers Neighborhood Association and apparently included an attachment. However, the attachment appears not to have made it into the record of this case. The MNA believes that it has not met, that the code has not been met in the following ways. There is no evidence that a certified letter was sent to the chair of the Citizen Involvement Committee. Bullet point number 2, the record does not include a sign-in sheet for the Two Rivers Neighborhood Association meeting or a summary of issues discussed or a letter from the Two Rivers Neighborhood Association or the CIC indicating that either group held a meeting. The email from Brian Boyce has no text or attachment. Item 3, because of the foregoing, there is a real question as to whether the Two Rivers Association, Neighborhood Association is either active or actually exists. Therefore, the applicant should make a presentation to the CIC. This should not be an inconvenience because the next regularly scheduled CIC meeting is on October 2 of this year. Only 1 week after the continued Planning Commission hearing on this case is scheduled for September 25th, of course. Importantly, however, the record should be kept open so that anyone who attends the CIC meeting or watches it on television can comment on the land use application afterwards. Thank you very much for your kind consideration on these comments.
Our time. Oh, just one more thing. That somebody who rides a bike a lot, painting a white line along a busy street and calling it a bike lane isn't the same as having a dedicated bike lane that's shared by pedestrians and bicyclists. It's just much safer to keep it away from a busy street. Thank you.
Anyway, just for the record, tonight we received a copy of the letter from the Two Rivers Neighborhood Association that apparently had been not in the packet, but referenced in the packet. Is that correct?
It was an electronic attachment that didn't actually
Show up on the list.
So the attachment did show
So
up?
we have it. Yeah, we when I looked for it last week, it was not there, but it was referenced. So just wanted you to know. If you want a copy of it, we can get you one. Okay.
The end of the Oregon Trail,
Are you wrapping up because you kind of are out of time?
well, the end of the Trail District Design Guidelines, 1991, that's still not available? It hasn't been found?
As far as we know, it has not.
It has not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, James Nicita.
There he is. You're hiding. You normally sit on the left side.
Okay, so I'm James Nicita. I live in Oregon City. I want to be brief because I'm tired. So I've been working on this very hard today, as you can tell by the fact that I haven't shaved. When we were going over the missing guidelines and whether the plan would apply and whether it did or did not apply, I did a lot of research on the plan and the question that we had discussed last time as to whether they were legally, the plan was enforceable. We couldn't find the guidelines. And I prepared a table and appendices for the table to just give you guys facts so you could determine whether or not they did. I actually submitted that to Pete like probably an hour before the meeting because I wasn't finishing it. So I submitted it before the record closed. It's via Dropbox, but I assume that's still submitting it, before the close of the record. In any case, that's all kind of moot because at the 11th hour, I did manage to track down the 1991 diagram.
Except it's only a draft, so it doesn't count. So.
Well, that's for you to answer, but I would suggest that once they adopted it by ordinance into the 1990 or the 2001 downtown plan, they were no longer draft. And this, in fact, is dated copyright 1991, so it's a pretty specific, and it's in the Dropbox invitation or the Dropbox thing I sent to Pete. So I guess there's a bit of a substantial evidence challenge because there's been no findings or submittal of compliance with these guidelines. This is all in mandatory language. This hotel is in the Area A Primary Historic Area on page 21. Pioneers relied heavily on wood as a building material. As brick was scarce, the only appropriate finish material for structures is wood. A variety of finishes could be utilized from large timber framing board and batt panels or traditional horizontal lap siding. Also on page 21, wood frame structures shall be various heights and planned configuration with a maximum of 2.5 stories. And I've already mentioned the case Baker versus Milwaukee that the plan controls any conflicting ordinance provisions. Sure.
Spend it down just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I was just mentioning the 2.5 story height limitations. So that's in the record now. You all can decide what to do with it. All right, so my only other comment.
Sorry, that's my own timer.
Okay.
Isn't that pleasant?
It's very pleasant.
I haven't been able to go through much of the code besides, working on this historic aspect because I spent so much time on it. But I did discover a code provision that that means a lot to me because I was on commission and I was the commissioner that proposed it, and that's this Native American consultation requirement, OSCMC 176204O. subsection H2, that provision requires you to consult with not just the Grand Ronde. The word says and the Siletz, Umatilla, Warm Springs, and Yakima. We wanted to do that to give respect to the Native American tribes that, Euro-American civilization has disrespected for 150 years. Consultation is part of that showing of respect. There is a letter from the Grand Rise, but there's no evidence that the other 4 tribes have been consulted. We're doing it on Willamette Falls Legacy Project, and it's a very significant thing, both in the code and to me personally. So I wanted to raise that. I don't think you can close the record because in addition to what was mentioned about the CIC, you got to give these tribes, the opportunity to comment once they are duly notified as per the code. That's my comment, and I'm not going to go into it, but I'm going to put the urban renewal plan, the current one, in the record too.
What was that? You're going to do what?
Put the current urban renewal plan into the record.
Sorry.
Because there's a graphic that shows this site as well as the EOT Center in the end of the Trail District.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
No.
I think we have some more reading to do. Janine Offit.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello, I'm Janine Offit, live in the McLaughlin neighborhood, and I've got to wonder why we're talking about...
Hang on. We want to hear you. Jim? And Michael? Thank you. Go ahead, Janine.
Okay, I got to wonder why we're talking about paving over and developing more of our floodplain. Need I remind you that the Willamette River floods with some regularity? Every year, the Trail News writes about the threats of local riverine flooding. Since 1861, severe flooding occurred in 1890, 1924, 1943, 1945, 1956, 1964, and 1996. Those floods all occurred during a period of relatively stable climate conditions. But now we're in the midst of global climate change and the stakes are getting higher. Just as predicted, warmer weather, higher sea levels, and warmer ocean temperatures are feeding more extreme weather events. When Hurricane Harvey hit Texas, some areas received as much as 50 inches of rain in a couple of days. And then 2 hurricanes ripped through the Caribbean and parts of Florida in rapid succession. Thousands of people have died and millions have been displaced by flooding in Southeast Asia. These are just a few examples, and these extreme weather events don't just happen in the tropics. In the past few years, Europe, Australia, Canada, and South America have been hit hard. 100-year floods and 1,000-year weather events are happening with devastating regularity. Extreme weather is becoming the new norm. Here in Oregon City and around the globe, we should be protecting and enhancing our floodplains and wetlands. We should be recreating the natural conditions which allow floodwaters to be absorbed and dispersed. Some locales that have been hit hard are waking up and removing buildings from floodplains. Why are we adding to ours? We should be enhancing riparian areas and recreating our wetlands. What hubris, what arrogance allows us to ignore nature? Let's be cautious and forward-thinking and protect our floodplains. If not now, when? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Pete, if I'm remiss, forgive me here. You did mention that we did receive a letter from Trent Premore?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that's in the record. His letter is in regard to design, commercial building standards, and site plan and design review. So, all right. We're back to the top of the pops.
Can I?
Please come up.
I will. Chairman Griff, Mike Robinson on behalf of the applicant. Would you mind giving us a few minutes to take a look at this and also see what Mr. Nocita gave Mr. Walter, and then we'll prepare to do rebuttal, and I think we only need a few minutes.
Let's take a 6-minute recess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stand up, stretch.
I'm ready. Did you call stretch?
Klingon ships facing.
All of a sudden, there they are.
I like.
On our city attorney.
Thank you, Chair McGriff. Before we turn to rebuttal, I want to suggest an approach going forward, and I want it to be in the Planning Commission's mind so that we can sort of mull it over as we hear the rebuttal and you can decide how to proceed. Right now, we've had 4 public hearings on this proceeding, and it seems that we continually get new materials right at the last minute. Mr. Nocita has indicated during his testimony that he emailed a number of materials in a Dropbox to Mr. Walter. That is not sufficient to place items into the record. They have to be submitted in time for the Planning Commission to see them, either in paper or to staff so that staff can distribute them. And then we've had requests for the record to be left open. I'm a little concerned that this is sort of an endless process. And so to try to bring this to a close, I would suggest the following schedule, which is a 7-7-7 schedule that I've talked about during my presentations about how proceedings can go, but I don't remember ever using the 7-7-7 schedule. So let me explain how it works. We would hear the rebuttal from the applicant tonight. We would leave the record open until October 2nd, the record would be left open for anybody to submit additional written testimony. They would be able to submit written testimony about anything until October 2nd, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock would be, or whatever. 3:30. 3:30 would be the deadline. And the materials would have to be either hand-delivered to Mr. Walter or emailed to him and received by 3:30 on October 2nd. Then with the record... October 2nd, sorry. 7 days from today, which I think is October 2nd.
7 business days or 7 working days?
7 calendar days.
Okay, we just want to be clear.
So then, during the period from October 2nd to October 9th, anybody would have an opportunity to submit materials that responded to the materials that come in before the 2nd.
Or up to the 2nd.
Up to the 2nd, excuse me, up to 3:30 on the 2nd. So there's an additional 7-day period after the 2nd for folks to respond to the materials that have been received up until the 3:30 deadline on the 2nd. The record would close on October 9th at 3:30. The record would close. No new evidence would be allowed. That would be the deadline for all evidence. Then the applicant would get an additional 7 days to submit final written argument, or until October 16th at 3:30. We would return on October 23rd for deliberation only, because the record would be closed, we'd have the final written argument, all the materials would be distributed to the Planning Commission 7 days in advance of the hearing on the 23rd, and we would make a decision on the 23rd. So that's what I have. I think that Laura has also submitted to you some information about the notice that was given to all of the various tribes. And so we will put that in the record as of right now, too. With that, I will respond to any other questions about process, but we could hear the rebuttal.
I would like to just pause on that for just a moment. So I am opened up my phone, I'm looking at the calendar. So you're first.
You're not on.
Oh, taking notes here too. So we've got record open. So just to, we get it, maybe we can repeat it one more time. So record open October 2nd. Then you're saying taking 7 more days, which would be to the 9th, correct?
Correct.
For responding to that. That would be anybody responding, including the applicant?
Correct.
Okay, and then what's happening after that?
The applicant
record would be closed.
The record would close on October 9th.
Okay.
And the applicant would have until the 16th to submit final written argument. That would not include new evidence, but would be argument only based on everything that's in the record at that point.
Okay. So my question is, that barely leaves us enough time to look at all of that stuff before we have to make a decision on the 23rd.
Well, we could distribute all of the materials to the Planning Commission on the 9th, and then you'd have all of the evidence except for the final written argument you wouldn't get until the 16th.
Okay.
Given the timing, given the timing with the 120-day clock, yes. I think this is the very best we can do.
I'm not arguing against it. I'm getting it straight in my head so I understand what we're doing, and I'm assuming they're trying to get it straight in their head as well. Okay, so that means that when we came back on the 23rd, we would, number one, not be accepting any new stuff. So we will not be finding piles of stuff on our table.
You wouldn't take testimony. The record would be closed.
Okay, so nothing will be coming in. We're not going to get a pile of stuff that we haven't had a chance to read on our desk.
Week before.
Perfect.
But my question is, what would be the difficulties of saying, we'll accept the rebuttal, we'll close the public record, but we'll continue the meeting for deliberations till our next meeting?
Well,
say that again.
Our next meeting is the 9th. We're not going to be ready.
What's wrong with closing the hearing right now?
Well, after the rebuttal, and then, Mr. Nocita has submitted both the master plan and the other thing.
Design guidelines.
Well, the urban renewal, which are the two large documents. We have a response about the tribe, so it would just be a matter of their rebuttal and our deliberations. That's basically what's left.
That would be a choice the Planning Commission could make.
Now, I understand they might have a concern about not having had time to go through the documents to make a proper rebuttal. So the other question would be, could we just close the public testimony with the exception of his rebuttal and do his rebuttal and deliberations on our next meeting on the 9th?
We could, but there would be no new evidence.
Correct. It would strictly be rebuttal on what's in the record as of now and up till now, not as of now, but up till now. And then we would just we do our deliberations. Is there a legal or procedural problem with that?
Did you have one problem on?
You got to speak up, Vern. You got to speak up.
The one problem is, would the applicant be agree to Damon's alternate process versus the 777 here? Or is it a,
Well, the applicant will respond to that. I think that the question you're asking me is what's the risk, right?
Yeah,
of closing the record today.
A is legal and B is
the risk is that we haven't had an opportunity to review those 1999 design guidelines. 91 design guidelines, correct. So I had a chance to review them quickly.
Right. I wouldn't consider that a review.
So that's the risk. So there is, some risk associated with that. But I can fully appreciate that we've had many hearings on this, and there has to be an end.
Okay. So then the next question I have is for the applicant. Do you have a problem with either one of my options, or do you have a preference on the 777?
Chairman Griff, may I answer the question?
Sure.
I'm not sure I understood what you were proposing, Commissioner. Maybe would you mind repeating it for me?
I didn't get it either.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very simply, we've got everything in the record. And Mr. Nocita submitted the two large documents, the 91 plan and the
draft design guidelines.
Right, and the urban renewal plan. And we have a response about the tribal contact.
One tribe.
Well, we have a response.
A tribe, right, a tribe.
So what I'm asking is, would you either A, and this isn't an either or, I'm just, this is what I'm proposing, that we close the public record, no more new evidence, with the exception of your rebuttal and our deliberations at our next meeting, or would you prefer to do your rebuttal and have us only deliberate on the next meeting, or would you prefer the 777?
Thank you, Chairman Griff, members of the commission. First of all, whatever the commission decides to do, we recognize that the theatrics of getting this at the last moment. And so if the commission decides that it wishes to keep the record open as suggested by the city attorney, we'll extend the clock at least 28 days so you can deliberate on the 23rd of October. If you decide that you don't want to do that, my preference would be that we do rebuttal tonight, close the record, close the hearing, then you come back and deliberate presumably at the 9th of October. Without getting into my rebuttal time, I'll offer this to you. I'm almost convinced that you have enough, that you know enough to close the record tonight. And said another way, I'm almost convinced that the applicant's comfortable with the evidentiary record. I've had a chance to look through this a little bit. And we have the evidence on coordination with the 5 tribes. Other than that, I'm comfortable with the evidentiary record. But I think as a matter of courtesy to the Planning Commission, the city attorney's given you a good suggestion. The problem with coming back to open record is there's just no end. There's just going to be this drip of new stuff, and we're going to keep going over to a new hearing. So, and no one else, by the way, is able to talk. So whatever this commission wishes to do, contrary to my prior statement, will extend the clock. So why don't you let us do our rebuttal? You decide what you want to do after that. Would that be appropriate?
That's fine.
I'm not quite ready for that. I have one more question for you. So, Carrie, what I'm not understanding is I understand the first 7 and I understand the second 7. So why can't the rebuttal in writing occur during the second 7 instead of extending it to a third 7?
Because under state law, the applicant is entitled to submit final written argument. And that final written argument is supposed to be based on all of the evidence. And if the applicant had to submit their final written argument during the second 7 on the October 9th date, they would know what evidence is coming in on October 9th at 3:29.
Right. Okay.
Chairman, be anything new come in on the 2nd would be the last item.
But new materials can come in that are responsive.
Oh, right. Got it. Okay.
That's the key. Thank you. I just wanted to explain. I wanted to explain that. I wanted you to explain that because I thought that's what you said, but I thought, well, go ahead and explain it. So, Carrie, let me ask you a second question. Can we I'm kind of in the mind to make that decision right now.
The applicant is.
I see that. I'm just talking out loud.
Yeah.
And
I'm just letting you know, I'm of the mind that if the applicant wants to do his rebuttal, we should let him do his rebuttal.
A verbal rebuttal.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud, trying to put all the little blocks, and, you know, for those of you that know how to play Tetris, that's kind of what's going on right now. Everything's trying to get lined up and get.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'm of a position to agree with Kerry. We've heard testimony here for how many weeks? And it's been the testimony of extremes. And it's usually been not particularly focused on the land use, but on the legal aspects of it. And I think in order to protect the city's interests in terms of the legal aspects of us, and to give us our best shot at winning any appeal which may come down the line, which I assume, given the history of the city, it may, that we protect the city by extending or by adopting what Kerry has said. I think it'll protect the city's interest better than if we, in other words, accept the city attorney's opinion.
Okay.
Yeah,
And by the way, when do I get my degree in law?
I'll be making that up on
After you spend $100,000.
Just hang. I've got one of those 3D printers.
I've been a land use planner for 20 years, and
there you go.
I don't know what's going on.
There you go. Okay. Any objection to proceeding?
No objection.
Tom? Vern?
Fine.
Okay, let's go.
Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you so much for bearing with us while we Tetris all that out.
It's not a problem. We appreciate this. Chairman Griff, members of the commission, Mike Robinson and Lloyd Hill on behalf of the applicant for oral rebuttal. Let me start off by just adding, if I could, to the city attorney's statement about why the applicant gets the last word. We get the last word because ORS 197-7636E says, unless waived by the applicant gets final written argument after the record is closed to all other parties. The record as proposed by the city attorney would not be closed to all other parties until the second evidentiary period. We do not, and if the commission elects to do the open record period, we will not waive final written argument. We want that final 7 days to wrap this up. But as I said, Chairman Griff, I think you can actually close the record tonight. I'm almost entirely comfortable with the state of the evidentiary record. But if you're, as Commissioner Mahoney says, if you're comfortable with what the city attorney has suggested, we'll extend the clock for you. So let me start with Mr. Herman's testimony. We appreciate what he had to say. He noted that the meeting was held, and my understanding is the record and the email and the attachment are before the commission now. Mr. LaSalle had a couple of comments. He said he was in support of the hotel, but he was uncomfortable with the main entrance not being on Washington Street. I would note that we've asked this commission for an adjustment, and our principal explanation for the configuration of the hotel so that the primary entrance is not on Washington Street is we can do what Mr. Hammond suggested, leave a visual corridor from I-205 through to the end of the Oregon Trail Center, which is what that plan suggests. So we think that's an appropriate design technique. Mr. Hill can talk more about that if you wish. And then he raised the issue of architecture related to the Hackett House. I'd refer you again to 1762-0503A, which requires two facts. You have to be in one of the three areas, and it has to abut an historic structure. And because we're not one of the three areas, that the standard doesn't apply. That standard was addressed at page 36 of the staff report, and it explains to you why it doesn't apply to this application. Also, I think Mr. Hill did a nice job in the direct testimony tonight explaining why the proposed hotel does not impact the views or overwhelm the Hackett House. And I won't try and say what he said. He did it much better than I could, but he can repeat that if necessary. Mr. Edgar had the same testimony about the Hackett House. I again refer you to Mr. Hill's testimony. Mr. Pierce raised the access way requirements. I note that the applicant's September 25th, 2017 letter said the applicant would grant pedestrian and bicycle public easements across the property. So no one will be excluded from crossing the property either from the Railroad Street to 17th or from Washington Street into the site because we'll have an easement in place. Mr. Daniels and Mr. McCready testified on behalf of the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association. In terms of citizen involvement, I'd note that the neighborhood association that this property is in plan was satisfied with the process. And the evidence before you, and my argument is that they've substantially satisfied the requirements in OCMC 1750, and in any event, it's not an approval standard. I think the comments they made about design compatibility, you can look at the testimony that I've just offered on the relevant approval standards. They didn't cite any approval standards. And Mr. Hill's testimony, the 45-foot height standard, again, as Mr. Hill explained so well, we raised the height of the hotel so it didn't spill out on the site so we can have the visual corridor. And that was important to Mr. Hammond and the folks that run the end of the Oregon Trail Center. And it's important, I think, to the public. They asked for the written record to remain open. As we've said, what this commission decides is fine with us, but you're not legally required to do it. Mr. Nacita's testimony. Let's talk first about OCMC, if you'll bear with me, I'll just flip back, 1762-040H2. What this says in its entirety, and you can't just read half of the standard or you don't understand what it means, is it says a letter or email from the applicable tribal cultural resource representative of the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, Confederated Tribes of the Siletz, Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla, Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs, and the Confederated Tribes of the Yakama Nation, indicating the level of recommended architectural monitoring on site. We have a letter from the Grand Ronde. This is the part that is important, or demonstrate that the applicant had notified the applicable tribal cultural resource representative and that the applicable tribal cultural resource representative had not commented within 45 days of notification by the applicant. You have evidence before you that the city notified all 5 tribes by email on the 24th of January. The 45-day period would have been March 17, 2017. When they had to comment, they notified all tribes of the pre-application. None of them commented. There is a case that LUBA decided, I'm sorry to say I don't remember the date, I want to say it was 91 or 92 from Tigard, said it really doesn't matter when you have a standard like this whether the city does it or the applicant does it. It's not important. What's important is that it gets done. So this is substantial evidence that I believe you can use to find that the applicant has satisfied the standard. And then let's talk about this draft document. It says draft on it. I haven't looked at it, I'm guessing, as thoroughly as Mr. Nacita has, because he's probably had it longer than I have, but it doesn't say that it was ever adopted by the Oregon City Commission. What's interesting to me, when you read it at page 73, it calls for a process that your city commission has never implemented. It calls for an EOTG District Design Review Board. I'm not aware of that board. I don't think they've ever implemented it. So this is, by its face, a draft set of design guidelines. There's no evidence it's ever been implemented. Of course, we may discover that at the next meeting. But if you leave the record open, I guess we could look for that evidence. I also look at the process or the submittals that's required. The submittals are fairly close to what the OCMC and the comprehensive plan require in any event, and even the review process. It's just that it anticipates a very specific review board that this city has never adopted. I'd also note, I agree with Mr. Nacita. Baker v. Milwaukee says the plan is our primary document in Oregon land use, but that applies to a plan that was clearly adopted. And when you read the decision by the Supreme Court in Baker v. Milwaukee, they have a discussion that said, well, Milwaukee wasn't required to adopt the plan, but they did. There was evidence they'd adopted it. You don't have it out in the evidentiary record. There's no evidence this has been adopted. And lastly, I think, in fact, even if this was adopted, it's been superseded by the Oregon City Comprehensive Plan, which has been adopted and updated since then, that has additional implementing mechanisms in the OCMC. And so if you have to compare a draft design guideline against the acknowledged and adopted comprehensive plan, I think the adopted and acknowledged comprehensive plan controls. That's all I have, Chair McGriff, on rebuttal. I think Mr. Hill would have something, but subject to your decision tonight, we ask that you approve this application with the conditions of approval as recommended to be modified, including the suggested modification by Mr. Replinger.
How are we doing on our time for the rebuttal, Laura?
We're over the time. There are 5 minutes for a rebuttal. We're over by 2.5 minutes.
Okay, we'll give you a couple of minutes to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll focus really on building design and materials and compatibility. There's been a lot of discussion about whether the design of the hotel is appropriate next to the Hackett House and whether or not it's there is any requirement for it to mimic the Hackett House or incorporate materials that are the same as the Hackett House. I'd like to point out that the hotel is using high-quality commercial materials that are appropriate for commercial buildings. We have changed the design. There was an insinuation made by one of the people that this was a slightly modified Hampton Inn and Suites prototype design. Well, that's simply not the case. We've made major changes to the design, incorporating the tower element at the corner, incorporating flat parapets, adding the natural wood siding materials, and so forth. So we believe we have made design decisions that are sensitive to and compatible with, the historic nature of downtown here. I would like to point out that in the Oregon City guidelines for new construction in historic districts, we're not in a historic district, but they differentiate between what are appropriate wall finish materials for residential construction versus commercial construction. And in commercial construction, under wall finish commercial, this guideline, under the principle, it says traditional materials include cement, plaster, stucco, coated or painted concrete. And under the design section, it says cement plaster is a sand or fine texture, integrally finished or painted, or materials having a similar appearance. The synthetic plaster that we're using is similar to cement plaster. So it is one of the materials that's specifically encouraged in the historic district. So I think we are in fact using a material palette which is totally consistent. We have native stone at the base. We have windows, storefront windows are also referenced in the historic design guidelines. We have cement plaster stucco, which is mentioned here, and we have wood or simulated wood. So we think we are trying to be sensitive and have responded to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just because I just looked for it in my notes, I know you told me what the native stone is, but I apologize, I have forgotten what it is.
You just said Oregon quarry, didn't
It'll be it's a stone, a native Oregon stone from a quarry in Oregon someplace. We haven't totally finalized
granite
it.
or basalt.
Well, we don't have granite, but okay. Yeah, I thought you told me what it was, like it was something that's from Oregon, but
no.
It was just the Oregon was a little too generic, and I thought, okay, I know he told me, and I just looked in my notes and I couldn't find it. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, we have the applicant's rebuttal, and I think we are ready to close the oral portion of the hearing.
I have a serious issue procedurally with what the city attorney said, and I just have to raise it.
Wait.
Okay, it's a procedural
Gary?
issue versus.
Come on up.
Do you want to reopen or?
Wait, she
We
hasn't
haven't closed anything.
Oh.
We're getting ready to.
So, James Nacita, Oregon City. Ms. Richter said that my submitting materials via Dropbox prior to the close of the record was not sufficient. The reason I take the issue with that is that I have been doing that over the course of this proceeding, and either A, the city has been accepting what I've submitted via Dropbox, or they've been leading me to believe that if I submitted something with a Dropbox link, that it would be accepted and put into the record, and they have in fact not been putting my materials into the record. We got to get that clarified because, and ORS 197-763-6B allows at a continued hearing, a participant to recommend a 7-day continuance to rebut new evidence presented during this continued hearing. The city's put in evidence about Native American consultation that I have not seen or been able to rebut, so I'm requesting that 7 days. So I have tribal contacts, and I'm going to confirm whether they've been consulted and did not respond.
So you're saying you want the 777?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm requesting. And a clarification on whether my past submissions have all been placed into the record or not.
We got a lot of them.
Okay, well, we haven't closed the record yet.
Can I respond?
Please.
At the beginning of every public hearing, Mr. Walter goes through the materials that we've gotten into the record since the last hearing.
Yes.
And he reads through them.
Yes.
He did not read through he did not include Mr. Nocita's recent email about the Dropbox materials because he didn't know about it. Mm-hmm. All the materials that Mr. Nocita has submitted today, if they get to Mr. Walters in time before the hearing, then he brings it to you. But in this case, Mr. Walters didn't get it, so he couldn't bring it to you.
Understand.
And that is a courtesy that the city provides and will continue to provide. And ordinarily, Pete emails folks back and says, "I received your materials. I will distribute them."
Right.
So that's how a participant knows that materials came in. So this is not a change in course for the city staff in not providing these materials. They just came in too late, and we can't distribute things we don't get.
And I just want to point out that the reason that we've accepted materials via Dropbox is because we have file size limitations in our email program.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I figured that. I think we're not. No, we're.
Well, I have a right to respond to the procedural issue.
He can respond to the procedural objection.
I'm looking over at you for my direction before anybody starts talking or jumps in and interrupts, so that we're all on the same page. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Griff. I think you should do what Mr. Nocita asked you to do, not because I think it's the right thing. If I've learned anything in practicing land use for 20 years, it's that gamesmanship is not what we're supposed to be about. But unfortunately, that's what we're about tonight. But I don't want, this is obvious to me that we brought McLaughlin Neighborhood Association in so they can ask for a fee waiver and file an appeal to the City Commission. I don't want a procedural issue to affect the outcome of an application that 99.9% of the people that have testified to you support. So I think you should do what Mr. Nocita asked. 7, 7, and 7 is suggested by the city attorney. But I do have two comments, if I could, Chair McGriff. One is, he's absolutely wrong about the law. LUBA's rules and the case law are very clear. If you want something to be in front of this body, you have to physically put it in front of them. And I think Mr. Walter and Ms. Richter's testimony to you about the Dropbox suggests that that's not how you get documents before this body. Secondly, if you do keep the written record open for 7 days for anyone, 7 days for rebuttal, 7 days for final written argument, I just ask that you restate the dates, the time the submittals have to be received, and by whom they should be received. Thank you for your time tonight.
Would you like a motion?
No, I'm just taking a deep breath because I'm a little bit. No, I'm just a little bit concerned that we're getting a little bit on a borderline into name calling and making insinuations, and I'm not really pleased about that. I know I'm just one person of 7 on this commission, but I'm just saying it. So, Ms. Richter, would you please repeat those dates I was going to, since I wrote my notes? But
I'd be happy to.
You can do it more eloquently than I can, so at this point in time.
All right, so we are talking about continuing this proceeding for purposes of written testimony only. There will be no more opportunities for oral presentations. We will take written testimony on any topic, including new evidence, until October 2nd at 3:30. Materials have to be received by Pete Walter in the planning office.
And before you go on, what time does the planning department open in the morning? 8 a.m.?
8:30.
The planning division hours are 8:30 to 3:30, Monday through Friday on regular business days. And we're located at 220 Mall Avenue, Suite 200.
Okay, so they can't bring it in here. It has to be at the planning division office at 221 Molalla Avenue, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it has to have an email time stamp on it before 3:30 if it's going to be emailed. And if you send a big file, you have to make sure that Pete gets it before 3:30 in whatever form it needs to take. And Pete can help work with folks to make sure that happens.
Okay,
So
second date.
Second date is folks have until October 9th to submit rebuttal to the materials submitted before 3:30 on October 2nd. That October 9th deadline is 3:30 p.m. to Pete Walter. That point, the record will close and no further evidence will be taken. The only party who will be able to submit anything further after October 9th at 3:30 is the applicant. They will be able to submit final written argument, and it needs to be received by Pete Walter by 3:30 on October 16th.
All right.
This proceeding will be continued until October 23rd. We will return, and we will have deliberation and a decision.
Everybody got that? All right.
I move what she said.
Okay, and I am seconding the motion. Mr. Walter, sir, will you please call the roll? So it's a DM and DM motion and second.
Commissioner Mabey?
Aye.
Commissioner Henkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy? Not here. Commissioner Mahoney?
Aye for Mr. Espy, but he's not here.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Guile?
2 ayes.
Chair McGriff?
You guys are funny tonight.
Aye.
Do we need a,
Now I'm awake, darn it.
Sorry. Thank you, Pete, and thank you, Carrie.
I just think of my Coney is
I loved it.
reading all
I
the
loved
documents
it. I
coming
loved
our
it.
way.
So exit quietly. We have one more public hearing tonight. Two more.
2 more.
Well,
Well, one more, and then we're going to revisit the time.
I think we're gonna have one more.
get out of your hair?
Which of these, are these all Abernathy, I think they are?
Yes, they are.
I tried to get it to
God. This is that tree. You should let them there. Now, we're never going to get to.
Well, there's an oak tree that fell down in front of the property where the planning department's planning to go. And what?
Why can't we take the city's business and move it to the back and listen?
Oh, I am gonna have that's the subdivision.
Oh, good.
So we're going to change the order of the agenda. We're going to take file number, well, it is second.
Yeah.
We're going to do TP 1703. That is second.
Yeah.
Did you think it was third?
What, the subdivision?
Yes. It is second. It's second.
Well, no, the subdivision's third. The first thing was the marijuana.
Right.
The second thing was what we just had. The third thing is the subdivision.
Okay, sorry, it's the second.
So we're doing the subdivision, folks. You're in the right place.
So I have kind of a dumb question before we start this. So do we have any sign-in sheets from the applicant?
We do.
Okay.
Oh,
I have nothing from the applicant.
sure.
Yeah.
Monty, can you do?
You want us to sign in?
Yeah.
Oh, everybody gets to do it.
Denise, I'm sorry that, I think we're going to have to read this again.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Because
I'm
I
good.
think I haven't been keeping track.
No, I know we do. They weren't all in the room when I read it the first time, and you know I love reading it because my favorite line is sufficient specificity.
Okay, I just wanted to
I told you that I'm working
give you
on
the
interpretation.
opportunity to enjoy it again.
I do. I just love it. It's my favorite thing to do.
We're all good.
Be going up camping.
No, I told you we'll not be
I'm
going
stuck
camping.
here.
I'm sorry.
They're all going to wonder.
Do you want to come over to my house and hang out?
I have a barbecue pit and a fire pit and marshmallows.
Ooh, I'd like some marshmallows.
Unfortunately, they're miniature marshmallows, so they roast really fast.
Okay,
They
so
burn up pretty
this is
fast.
3D.
3C.
3C. So I'm sorry, I have to read this again. So those of you who are in the room, cover your ears.
Did you give?
There were some people that were not in the room, or did you hear it out there in the hallway?
Well, people came and went. I saw people coming and going.
Is there anybody here that did not hear it? Maybe we can get around it. Okay. All righty then. Thank you so much. We have a public hearing tonight on file number TP 1703. And a staff report has been prepared for this application and has been made available to the public 7 days prior to the public hearing. The staff report identifies the approval criteria that applies to the applicant's proposal, and our staff has analyzed that criteria and is contained in the staff report. quasi-judicial hearing procedure that the commission will follow as set out in state law and the Oregon City Municipal Code. Anyone wishing to speak should fill out a speaker's card and give it to the planning staff before the hearing. Speakers will proceed sort of in the order that their card is received, because sometimes they get mixed up. You should fill out your address on the card, and the city will notify you of the final decision. For the public record, please begin all testimony by stating your name. Testimony and evidence should be directed towards the applicable approval criteria. If you believe other criteria, in addition to those addressed in the staff report, are applicable, please identify and discuss that criteria and explain to us why you believe they apply to this application under consideration. A person may submit any written material while the public record is open on this application. Any written material received by the city staff during the time period in which the record is open will be placed in the record, and you just heard all of that from the previous thing. So written material submitted during the public hearing must be presented to city staff in order to become part of the record. If a person intends for PowerPoints or oversized poster boards, reports, pictures, or other exhibits to be used in their testimony to be placed in the record, copies must be submitted to city staff while the record is still open, If they are not given to staff, they will not be included in the record. Any person wishing a continuance to present additional evidence and testimony or to keep the record open to respond to new evidence must make that request before the public testimony portion of the hearing is closed. If the Planning Commission makes a decision in which you disagree, any issue you may wish to appeal must have been raised while the record is still open if you wish to appeal to the City Commission or LUBA or both. Without raising the issue on the record with sufficient specificity and accompanied by statements or evidence that the city and all parties can respond to, the issue will not be deemed appealable to the Land Use Board of Appeals. In addition, a failure of an applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the local government or its designee to respond to that issue precludes an action for damages. So now comes the fun part. So we're going to open the public record for TP 1703, ZC 1702 for a zone change from R10 single family dwelling district to R8 for a subdivision of 77 lots, one with a stormwater facility tract and one with an open space tract near White Lane, which is right near the Wheeler Farm.
It is the Wheeler Farm.
It is the Wheeler Farm, yes. So commissioners, do you have any ex parte contacts, conflicts of interest, bias, or any other statement to declare? Have any of you visited the site? We'll start with Vern.
Okay. Well, I probably have the longest little history here, and I won't take too long on it, but I lived next to the Wheeler Farm, Wheeler families, for 23 years, so I know them fairly well and have seen the property, so I did not do a site visit. In year 2006, a group of adjoining property owners with 60 acres of ground, 60 plus acres, we applied to Oregon City for a joint annexation. And the property owners, I'll just describe, Wheelers, Tolstrups, Parrish, Lawyers, and Johnson. That's the 5 property owners that went together and had a annexation.
Are you the Johnson?
Yeah, I'm the closest one to it, I guess.
Okay, so you were the Johnson.
Yep. And it was a successful annexation, which leads to my selling mine, and Wheelers are now in the process of selling theirs, and 2 others have already sold. So I now go to the statement of bias and conflict of interest. I have no personal bias. I'm capable of making a decision, an objective decision based on the merits of the hearing. I have no actual or potential conflict of interest, even though I've been associated with Wheelers for 23 years. No financial interest whatsoever in the situation. The ex parte contact I did talk to Don Wheeler on August 20th of 2017, and I wanted to give Don a neighborly heads up of my recent appointment to the Oregon City Planning Commission. Just an awareness. No merits of the Wheeler Family Farm zone change or subdivision were discussed.
Okay.
End of.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Mr. Maybe.
I visited the site. I am friends of one of the neighbors of the site, and but that's the extent of it. I decided not to step over the fence and walk around the site. And sometime in the last 53 years, I might have even got a tree from the site, but I don't remember because I was like 8. So that's the extent of my contact.
Bob?
I'm familiar with the area. I haven't visited the site, no contact with any of the participants.
Zach?
I'm familiar with the area. Have not visited the site. No other ex parte comments.
Or contacts?
Comments.
Mr. Guile?
No, no, and no.
No, and no? Okay. Well, I don't think my speech is going to be as long as yours, but I have, well, I guess I consider myself a friend of the late Mr. Wheeler, and I have been a customer of theirs for as long as they had the Christmas tree lot and been on their property many, 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 many times. And I think most of my contact with the Wheeler family has been either as a customer or Mr. Wheeler would come in and talk to me at the planning department when I was employed there. But since his passing, I've not talked to the family other than to purchase a tree, and I'm very familiar with the site. Does anybody wish to challenge any of the contacts or comments that we've made here as a planning commission? Okay, we are good to go. So, Christina?
Thank you, Chair McGriff. Before I begin, I'd like to enter the first exhibit for this evening. It is a letter dated September 18th, 2017 from Wes Susan Richter. This is the second letter that is submitted. Your first letter is attached in the staff report. The second letter I put on your dais, and I know Ms. Richter has I think some additional comments, but she will do that at the time of her public comment. So that's the first exhibit this evening. Okay. Just one second. There we go. So just some background. This is a combined zone change application and subdivision application. Normally subdivision applications are sent through a type 2 process, but this has been combined to go at the highest level of review, which is at the Planning Commission as a combined application. The applicants could do a linear kind of application where they came in front of the Planning Commission for the zone change and then came back at a staff level to review the subdivision, but in this case, the applicant has chosen to combine the applications, which is why you are seeing a subdivision application combined tonight. Once again, the applicant is proposing a zone change from R10 to R8 for a 77-lot subdivision called Wheeler Farms. They are also asking, as part of the subdivision, which is normally allowed as a type 2 process, a slight modification to our block standard. They're about 26 feet off, as well as the cul-de-sac length limit. They're about 89 feet. Both of those would normally be allowed as a modification of type 2 process. Staff has provided findings for those that you can find in your staff report, as well as allowance of a small part of a constrained street near Tract A to save a very large tree, which is, again, also an allowance in a type 2 process. And those findings are found in the staff report. This application meets the dimensional standards and dimensions and density standards of the R8 zone, as well as the lot averaging opportunities. I know I know that the two comments that Ms. Richter put in the record so far had some discussions about compatibility of lot sizes to neighboring properties. And as part of our subdivision process, we do allow lot averaging, and we do not require the applicant to indicate where that lot averaging happens. It's really just a mathematical, clear and objective process.
Could you just say that one more time?
Sure. As part of the subdivision process, you're allowed to do 20% lot averaging. So if you have an 8,000 square foot zone, you can have some lots that are a little bit under 8,000 and some lots that are a little bit over 8,000. But as long as you can show they average 8,000, you're allowed to move forward with that subdivision. And that was created as a way to provide flexibility, both in the private market as well as infill design and connecting streets and just the reality of placing new subdivisions in an existing city. Just to continue going through the background.
This document, does it show the sizes of any of these lots?
Yes,
I've
they
been
do.
looking through and I couldn't find it.
They do, and I can show that.
Right on the plan.
The applicant has also provided a voluntary 1.35 acre open space, and I will allow the applicant to kind of provide a little bit of background on that, but that is something they can do. It's not required. There's an integrated on-site stormwater management system, as well as a small portion of a remainder property of Wheeler Farms where the family has chosen not to go into, be part of the subdivision, and there's a condition of approval that requires that kind of remainder property to either be combined with a neighboring Wheeler property outside of the city limits that is not part of the development, or through a kind of a covenant restriction that will require them to be as is, and then once they redevelop to meet to the design standards. So there's a condition of approval that addresses that issue.
Are you showing which?
Yeah, so as I move forward, this is kind of the highlights, and then I'll go in and show how these are identified in the maps. So just to provide a subject site, Wheeler Farms is located kind of off of White Lane and Central Point Road. This is a subject site. It's a number of parcels. Here is the zoning map of kind of the area, and I zoomed out a little bit because I wanted to show both the R10 areas in light yellow, the R8 areas in kind of medium orange. R3.5 is brown, that's single family attached, as well as light or bright yellow is R6, and that's single family. So you'll see kind of the various zoning in this area, part of the city. This is the layout, as well as some proposed shadow platting. So the subdivision you see is outlined in yellow, and either neighboring properties that have been built or are about to be built are identified as well.
Where's the power easement?
I can show on the next map, but it's about where the end of the cul-de-sac is, and you see tract A and B, and you can see it in the next layout. Okay. So I'll show you, because it's a bit of an odd duck of a layout, here's the combined kind of horizontal and vertical layout, and then I'll show two additional plan views that kind of break this in half. So this view shows kind of the top half. And once again, there was a request about lot dimensions, and I can, attached in the staff report are the applicant's plans, and we can zoom in if we want to see any particular lot dimensions, and I have that. And this is kind of the horizontal part, and that tract B and tract A, you'll see the PG easement.
It's there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I know where it is. I'm looking at that.
And tax lot 1790 was that remainder parcel I was speaking of, and there's a condition of approval that either requires that to be part of the neighboring property or have a covenant.
1790?
1790, tax lot 1790, that will can stay as it is, and then at the time it's ready to develop, it'll need to meet Oregon City subdivision standards. There's some discussion about that constrained street, and this is the part of Orchard Grove Drive near Tract A. And let's see if I can get sorry. This is this large tree, so it's this parcel area that's constrained, and there is a condition of approval from our Public Works about making sure that once the constrained piece is kind of no longer needs to be constrained, that there's a smooth transition. So there's a condition of approval relating to that. But our Public Works and staff did see that there was sufficient findings to allow that constrained street to keep those large Doug firs.
So is there going to be requirements that an arborist be available so that when they're doing construction somehow, whoops, the roots don't accidentally get
Yeah, as part of our subdivision design standards, any trees that are required to be retained as part of our development standards have to be staked out and identified as part of the development review process.
That doesn't say that there has to be an arborist on site while they're doing their work.
That would not be a normal requirement, no.
Maybe that should be.
Can you just go
Sure.
back one? Just go back one.
Sure.
Okay, I just wanted to locate it on this.
Yeah, it's about right here.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the one thing I don't see on this is where the actual towers are.
Oh, sure.
You can wait. You can wait.
Okay, I do have one if you need to see it. If I remember, there's another, I can bring another plan up and it shows the towers, and I think they're about right here as one of them.
There and one there.
But I'll bring up that plan. Are you ready for me to move on? Okay. Well, that's a constrained street. So we have 2 public comments received so far, and I know there are people here tonight. Once again, the first letter is attached to the staff report, and the second letter I entered as Exhibit 1 this evening. The criteria for zone change I've placed up on the slideshow tonight. Staff believes that the applicant has sufficiently submitted a request for a subdivision application and as conditioned can meet our subdivision requirements. So at this time, the type 3 requirements for zone change are available for you, and the applicant needs to show that they are consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. Most importantly, the public facilities and services are capable or can be made capable by conditions of approval that are available prior to certificate of occupancy, and service should be sufficient to support the range of uses and development allowed in the zone. So when you do a zone change, you look at the highest and best use, and so that is what the applicant was doing when they do any of their utility or transportation analysis. It's the highest and best use of the zone change. And that the land uses proposed are consistent with the existing or planned function, capacity, and level of service of transportation system. And finally, the statewide planning goals are addressed if the comprehensive plan does not contain specific policies or provision which control the amendment. In your application packet, you have findings from the applicant and concurrence from staff that they are able to show either they have ability to meet public facilities and are consistent with the level of service for the transportation system plan. And I have this evening after my presentation, John Replinger, our transportation consultant, will come up after my presentation, provide a general overview about the transportation review for this zone change application. I have 2 slight revisions to the staff report I'd like to go over. In our condition of approval, there is a request by the applicant, and actually staff fully supports this, to provide additional clarity of condition approval 19. And you'll see the original condition approval above, which is NROD and geohazard overlay shall be clearly delineated on public facility construction plans and on the subsequent building site plans for each affected lot. And that should be revised to provide a lot more clarity, which is the geohazard overlay zone shall be clearly delineated on the public facilities construction plan and on the subsequent building site plans for each affected lot as described in the geotechnical engineering report prepared by the Geo-Pacific Engineering, Inc., dated June 17th, 2017. So we have a much bigger geologic hazard zone you start with, and then the geotechnical engineer revises that. And so what we're saying is we want that revised and refined information on the construction plans rather than a kind of a vague large overlay zone. And secondly, there was a national resource exemption on the site. So we had an overlay zone, and then they went through a type 1 process to show that the resource was not on the site, and therefore that does not need to be provided.
What was or was not?
It was not. There was an exemption provided, NR 1703. So that is the revised condition of approval, number 19. One more revision I'd like to add to the findings. On page 47 of a 72-page staff report, I noted one error, and under the street design cul-de-sacs and dead-end streets, there was a finding that says there are no cul-de-sacs or permanent dead-end proposed, and that's, of course, incorrect. The finding should say cul-de-sacs and permanent dead-end proposed can be found in the modification sections of this report in Title 12.04007, which is at the very beginning of your staff report, where we go through the modification section. It was just an error, and I wanted to make sure that that's read into the record
Yeah,
tonight.
I was going to say, wait a minute.
Well, 72 pages. I read through it again, and I want to make sure that that modification finding was brought up to the beginning of the staff report. Let's see. So at this time, I'd like to bring up John Recklinger to provide an overview of the transportation review of the project.
That, John. And you can just
relax.
Yeah, just we've got a number of. I have questions for staff. Does anybody else have questions for staff before we get into the transportation part? Because I do. So I am noticing, and I noticed this when I looked at it before, but now I can explode it, is that there are a substantial number of lots that are constrained by the power line easement. So what does that mean? I think I know what it means, but I'm asking you what it means.
Sure. When you have an easement over your property, that means you can't build a structure. That doesn't mean you can't have a grass or lawn or, plant flowers, but you can't build an outbuilding or a structure on that easement. So oftentimes in Oregon City, when you have subdivisions that when you have power lines that go through subdivisions, they often are easements. And so you'll see, for example, Lot 55 is a great example. You see a dotted line right here. This is the building footprint for Lot 55. So the house needs to fit into that building footprint. And basically you have a very large side and rear yard. Another example for these, because of Tract A and Tract B, and there's some topography areas right here, the applicant has proposed, it looks like a 60 by 335 lot, which is actually, quite long, but is available, but is allowed by code for minimum lot depths. You'll see in the back here that the areas in the easement are not allowed to be built in. So the applicant has provided, whenever there's an easement area, what the development footprint is in the kind of dashed lines, as well as 62. So once again, landscaping, lawns can be allowed, but what can't be allowed is no tough sheds, correct. And that's just part of the easement, and that is actually attached to the plat.
What about fences? That's a structure.
I will get back to you on that. Normally fences are allowed, but between now,
allowed?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to defer that, and Chair McGriff, I will get back to that answer before the end. I do know that that's often a question, and I want to just confirm that I am correct that fences are allowed in the easement. But before I say that, I want to do a quick double check. But before the end of the meeting tonight, I'll be able to give you that answer.
It can be later as well. Since I think I knew the answer, but I wanted to hear the official answer.
Denise?
Yes, sir.
On the lots that they lose in the large easement there, are they trying to make up through the zone change?
That's a question for the applicant.
Yeah, that actually is a question for the applicant. And and I'm going to respond with the answer that doesn't answer your question, but provides the lens that we look at, which is when an applicant comes in for a zone change, we're looking at in the change from the existing zone to the proposed zone, has the applicant met the criteria for the zoning? If they have, then as staff, we do recommend that zone change is approved. In this situation, the applicant has proposed a subdivision application concurrent with the zone change. And staff does believe that the subdivision application does meet our clear and objective subdivision code. So I'll leave it to the applicant to provide their background on your question.
Damon, please.
A couple things, just to go back over the structure, since we had a discussion about a month ago. Play structures would be considered a structure and not allowed underneath the lines, correct?
I'm going to go with the PGE actually has the easement. It's not a city easement. It's a Portland PGE easement. And so when an applicant would come in to develop something, we would, one thing, look at the PGE easement and see what clearly they say is allowed. Okay. And two, the easement is attached to the plat. And go ahead.
Basically the PGE thing may say you can build a swing set, but you can't build a...
I don't know. I would have to,
I'm just saying as a generic
she's going to get back to
As an example, I would defer to what the PGE easement says you can and cannot do. if we allowed it, but the PGE easement did not allow it, then of course the PGE easement is most restrictive.
And then just to clarify, when you were talking about the 3 long lots, when you said the dimensions, you were talking about the buildable dimensions, because zooming in on these, it looks like they're 50 by 450, just for actual numeric dimensions.
Oh, you're going to make me look up.
Well, no,
No, sorry.
they are what they say, what they are on the written document. So,
Yeah.
But I
think it says 335. I think.
No, it says 335 is only from that sideline. It says 450 if you look at on the side of track.
That's correct. So the lot size is the lot size, and the buildable area is the constraint. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure that.
Sorry, my eyes are only so good.
This is very small. That's okay.
And just so you know, they are small because this is a representative sample, and we have all of the plans are available attached, and I can zoom in if someone if the planning commission has a question on a particular lot.
Okay. All right. The other thing was I'm looking at in the applicant submittal, I'm looking at a series of lots that are off of Hydrangea Lane and Blanchette Lane and.
It's an already approved subdivision.
Yeah. Okay. That's an already approved one?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why's that in here then?
This is what's in here.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm looking at that thinking, okay, you can't even build on that lot. Okay. Yeah. John.
Thank you, Chair. Good. John Replinger, City's Traffic Engineering Consultant. This is one of the larger subdivisions we've had in recent years with 77 lots and a zone change, as Christina explained. Traffic analysis was performed in conformance with the city's guidelines for traffic engineering analysis. It included calculation of number of trips, 57 new AM peak hour trips, 76 new PM peak hour trips, and 724 daily trips. The analysis included the traffic operations of 3 primary access points as this subdivision leads through others out to Central Point Road. It also included Central Point at Warner Parrott, which does not have an operational standard relative to the minor street. And it included an analysis of Warner Parrott, Leland Lynn. The operations analysis showed that it would meet operational standards at that intersection. Would all 5 intersections meet operational standards with or without the development in year 2017. For the long-term planning horizon, with TSP horizon year, the intersection of Warner Parrott, Leland Lynn is calculated to fail, but the solution that's identified in the TSP is a roundabout. The effect of this zone change and the subdivision is minimal. So basically, the conclusion is that the applicant has met all of the criteria relating to traffic for the subdivision itself, as well as for the zone change. So everything that's been presented does not lead us to recommend any mitigation measures or any special treatment to mitigate for traffic from the subdivision or from the zone change.
Damon?
Yeah, just to change your language just a little bit. You said the impact from this is minimal, but what you're basically saying is it doesn't change what our already proposed engineering changes are planned for.
Correct.
So there is going to be more traffic.
There's going to be more traffic.
We've already planned for it, and we've already planned a repair for it. And so that's why it's minimal. It doesn't require us to re-engineer what our plans are.
Well stated. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Questions? Yes, sir. Since you're on the
when you say fail, are you talking about a period of time or
during we know that based upon the analysis done for the transportation system plan, that during the peak hour, the traffic at that intersection will exceed the capacity of the intersection under its current configuration.
So we're talking about peak hour?
Peak hour.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a question for you. Sorry, I couldn't read somebody's handwriting. So what is the effect of this development going to have on the, as you know, the 3 access ways that we have off the top of the hill? So I'm talking Malala Avenue, 5th, Lynn, 7th, Washington, Singer Hill.
Our adopted standards for traffic engineering analysis do not require an applicant to analyze the impacts that are that far away. We have a standard that requires that they only go to the point at which their development has an impact of more than 25 peak hour trips. What we have done, however, in our regional planning and specifically our transportation system plan is we look at the combined effect of all of the predicted development within the city using a planning horizon of 2035. So all of the projects that are necessary to accommodate that development, the year 2035 development of the city, are identified in the transportation system plan. So I don't remember whether or not there was any mitigation that was specifically identified in the TSP for those locations that you identified. I suspect there were not, but I simply don't remember.
Well, as you know, the reason I'm asking is because it's not like people who live in that part of town are just going to going to Leland and they're stopping. They're not stopping there.
Well,
so the downstream traffic just gets to be more and more and more. And, 18 years is a really long time. Right. I mean, I can't remember now what the planning horizon is for the traffic circle, which I think is going to be great whenever we can build it. Well, but that's not dealing with the here and now where there's already a substantial amount of congestion coming off of those streets because, as you know, those are the only ways people have to get somewhere if they're going down to McLaughlin. If they're going the other end on South End, I can only imagine what that's like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, part of the answer to that is that the direction that we have taken as a region and as adopted by the city is to go to more of a multinodal development, more mixed use, in part in hopes that people do their shopping and recreating and other daily activities a bit closer to home. We recognize that work trip, I mean, we even are anticipating a lot more work destinations in the south part of Oregon City, Beaver Creek Concept Plan and the like. So we are anticipating somewhat of a lesser travel demand in terms of length of trip in the future than what we have been seeing in the recent past. I hope that comes to pass, but that's our planning direction, our planning horizon, and the applicant has shown they're meeting the criteria.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so gentlemen, I have a question for you before we open the public hearing. It is now 10 o'clock, almost 10 o'clock. Do you want to hear all the folks and then continue the meeting?
Maybe we should ask the folks if they want to keep staying around.
Well, I don't know if that's their choice.
How many people do you have?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Okay, you get 20 seconds each. That's too long. Kidding.
Staff recommends that you continue and listen to the public who's taken time to come out and then maybe reassess at 10:30 or 11 or something like that.
Well, we're definitely going to be on the timer. Gentlemen, did you hear what she said?
Yes. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Zach?
They've waited long enough.
No, I know they have. I'm just following through on what we talked about.
So we're saying continue and not hear the testimony?
No, she's saying hear it and then continue it.
I don't know if I can go till 10:45. I'm medicated and my medication's wearing a cold medicine.
It's okay. I'm in the same boat.
Okay. Well,
Okay, let's
we're
go ahead
spending
with the
time
applicant.
talking, not listening.
All right.
Yep.
So we're going to open the public hearing. Chris Cadell and Michael Ard.
Thank you, members of the commission, Commissioner McGriff, for your time here this evening. One thing is, this is Don Wheeler here. Mike Ard, if necessary, can testify later, but I wanted to have Don come up with me here. So I have I'll keep my testimony fairly brief. We have a...
Need to state your name.
He did say his name.
Oh, I didn't hear.
I can provide my address too, but I already have it written down. Okay.
Just say you're Chris Wheeler with AKS.
I'm Chris Goodell with AKS, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'll keep my testimony rather brief. We have a substantial application with 3-inch thick binder or whatever, and full of materials that hopefully you got a chance to look at, and a supportive staff report from Christina that was appreciated. Just a few things about the property and the application. The property itself is about 22.5 acres. The zone change application is really the first step here in fulfill Dave Wheeler Sr.'s desire to pass this property on to his children for a future subdivision. Project's located south of Ed's Orchard subdivision, west of Hazel Creek Farms, east of Highland Park, and directly north of the urban growth boundary. Property is obviously in an area that's redeveloping and has been redeveloping for some time. If you look at the plans that we submitted, you can see there's utilities and streets all stubbed from multiple directions to this property. So to say that this property has good connectivity would be an understatement. The other subdivisions that I mentioned briefly are all examples of projects that had R10 zoning and was low-density residential comp plan designation and rezoned to R8 as well, including Payson Farms, Highland Park, Central Point Crossing, and Ed's Orchard. A couple things worth mentioning that I noted the letter that was received, and we appreciate the comments that were provided. I guess Christina received another letter. I haven't seen that yet, so I don't have any comments on that as of this time. But just for some perspective, the surrounding projects have a wide variety of lot sizes. The letter in particular mentioned I think it's not Central Point Crossing, the subdivision to the east, which is Hazel Creek Farms, excuse me. And that being an R10 subdivision, with that particular author of the letter's lot is slightly larger at 12,000 square feet, and they have a substantial home site on there, 4,500 square foot home. This neighborhood, this area can't really be characterized as all like that. There's a variety of lot sizes and obviously a variety of home sizes. Central Point Crossing has 6,000 square foot lots. Payson Farms has 7,000 square foot lots. Highland Park has slightly under 8,000 square foot lots, and Ed's Orchard averages around probably 8,500 square foot lots. So there's a wide variety there. And I think it was Commissioner McGriff and other commissioners were asking some pretty good questions about the power lines, and obviously that affects the site layout, much like the Highland Park project directly to the northwest there. That has a number of lots that have the power corridor going straight through them as well. So some of those lots are 17,000 square feet, with the bulk of them being underneath the easement. A couple other things. Christina did mention that, and Don will speak to this much better than I will, but there's a piece of the site, about 1.3 acres, that they'd like to preserve as open space. There's some substantial trees in there that have meaning to the family, so they'd like to preserve that as an open space tract. And that really is the reason for jogging the road around that tree. And so to answer Commissioner McGriff's question regarding having an arborist on site looking at that, we will have that. I think it's in our notes on our tree plan. So there's no point to jogging the road around that tree, going to all that effort and not make sure that it can't be saved. So if it turns out that it can't be, then we'd straighten it out and fix it. Let's see. That's all I have right off the bat. I'll save the bulk of my time for any rebuttal, and I wanted to introduce Don Wheeler, who's representing the Wheeler family here tonight.
Don, how are we doing on time?
10 minutes remaining.
Okay.
My name's Don Wheeler, second son of Dave and Winnie Wheeler. I live on address on White Lane, actually. So we built a house on the property in 1987. Christina, would you mind getting the site plan?
Sure.
Yeah, that one, I guess that's about it. No, actually, is there one that's got the kind of the overview of a lot of the area around?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, that one, I think would be more helpful. So I'm just going to read my notes here. My parents, Dave and Winnie Wheeler, purchased 55 acres in the summer of 1963, which is a while ago. Many of you know us as Wheeler's Tree Farm, UCAT. I was 11 years old and have spent most all of my 53 years living on this property. Since we moved there were 4 properties that touched this 22-acre property: Payson's Peach Orchard, Fenske's Filbert Orchard, and Parrish Family Cattle Pastures. Right now, so there were 4 homes, basically, where now there are 260 when I counted off the map, with various zonings from R10, 8, and White Lane, which is about 7,000 foot, which Chris just mentioned. So we have certainly been a witness to a change in the use of the land around us. I'm not sure if Dad knew about the urban growth boundary when he bought the property, but he did come to realize after farming this lousy red soil ground that the highest and best use of this land is for homes. Right now, there are 22 acres of overgrown and neglected filberts and evergreen trees on the property. Just as a note to that, the Wheeler Christmas Tree Farm mostly was a service, we felt was a service to the community, and indeed it had been. The most we ever grossed on that was about $50,000. So having this retained as a Christmas tree and filbert orchard was, just not a viable business. And it'll certainly be a very sad day for our family when the trees are cut down and buildings torn down, including the house I grew up in. My brothers and sister decided to create a park to retain some of the old growth fir trees and memorialize the Wheeler Tree Farm. Might be a little difficult for me emotionally, but the tree that we're saving and moving around did, Grandpa called the hugging tree, which meant he had a lot of preschool kids that came out during the Christmas tree time, and the end of his little spiel about how to plant a Christmas tree always included the kids getting around this tree and hugging it. So therefore, that's the main impetus of saving that one tree, but there's also several other large Douglas fir trees there. My brother and I have homes on a portion of the original property outside the urban growth boundary, and we will remain, we plan to be there and be good stewards of the land. Part of that area that actually my wife and I are retaining is so we can create a buffer so we don't have the backyards of homes right up against our property. In the 30 years so the last 30 years of development, I'm well aware of the congestion, noise, traffic, and street lights. We're willing to ask for this zone change, realizing that families need a place to live within Oregon City. The R8 density is a good balance between affordable family homes and the use of a very limited availability of land within the urban growth boundary and the limits of services of Oregon City. The reality is that R10 lots and homes will cost much more to build and purchase, and will reduce the number of family homes available.
Any questions? Yes, Damon.
I'm glad this is the map that's up. Just looking at the way the neighborhoods are assembled, I'm curious other than getting more homes in the site, it just seems like there'd be more neighborhood flow if the two lots that are north of Skellinger Way, assuming it comes all the way down, that are adjacent to the R10 zone, if they retained R10 and then the rest were R8, because then you have R8 against R8 and R10 against R10 with a street separating the two types of zones. So I guess the question is, was that looked at as a possibility? And then the other question I have is, the three lots with the really, really long yards, are they going to be like specialty homes with like archery in the back or, you know, driving range or something?
I'm going to get one with a bowling alley.
There we go. Or if it's just, they're weird and you didn't want to put a road through your wetland and to get access to the back and add more lots. I mean, that's...
I guess I'll start with your second question. It slopes down in that area, and getting sewer past that point, it was difficult. So the homes will end up being most likely up front there, with just be larger backyards with steeper topography.
Ooh, so nice chipping site anyway. And then about the possible separation of part of being R10 and part being R8.
Now, I didn't have the plan here in front of me when you were
adjacent.
Maybe.
Do you want me to hear? Would it be easier?
These two staying R10 because you have Skellinger coming down to separate the two neighborhoods, an R8 neighborhood and the R10 neighborhood.
Yeah, my question was similar. Is like, why not have R10 lots next to the R10 lots and then do R8 every place else? Makes a lot of sense to me.
We looked at a variety of layouts. Maybe, Monty, do you have anything to add on that? So.
Nope. I don't see the green light on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on yours, but it's not on. I've been watching that one
I
as
think
well.
their battery died.
Here, do you want to pass it quick? Okay. Hey, Monty. Okay. Hi. She's going to check because
All right.
Go ahead.
I have a timer and I'm watching that too, so.
My name is Monty Hurley. I'm with AKS Engineering. I worked on the layout on this property. If you look at those lots along there, they're about 8,000 square feet. They're slightly under that. They aren't matching the 10,000 square feet. That's not a requirement in the subdivision code to do that. We do acknowledge that some of the neighbors would appreciate it. Just when we laid out the geometry, it laid out very well for the builder for this size lots there. We looked at a lot of different options there, and it seemed like this was the best one.
Well, we didn't say it was a requirement. We said,
We just asked why.
we're asking you, gee, why didn't you consider that? Because we think that you killed many birds with one stone.
And as I said, the building envelopes laid out well for the R8, which is why we laid that out that way.
All right. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
That was it? Yep. Okay, thanks.
Brian, come on up. Yep. And Rick, come on up too. Pardon?
Okay.
Okay, Leo.
Thank you. Brian Zella.
He said he's not going to come.
Is it Brian Zella?
Yes.
Okay.
You're the only Brian.
Okay, cool.
Leo, come on up.
Leo?
Can you hear me, Leo?
I'm Leo.
Okay, come on up.
Thank you.
Just
Good
go
evening,
right ahead
commissioners.
whenever you're ready.
My name is Brian Zetlow. Thank you for meeting with us. I want to talk, I believe it was Don Wheeler. I knew his father very well. I backed up my property backed up to the hazelnut orchards, and we also have a special tree. One of the hazelnut trees actually died many years ago, and my daughter at the age of 4 felt so bad about that tree being gone that we actually planted a little Christmas tree there, and to this day that Christmas tree is probably about 20 feet tall, and Mr. Wheeler made it a point that nobody take that tree down. Well, unfortunately, it probably will go away now, but we still every year think about and thank Mr. Wheeler for allowing that little tree to be there. We also would like a buffer zone. And you brought up a point about the R8 housing, butting up existing housing. I don't know if you guys have ever driven through our neighborhood, but it's a beautiful neighborhood, and I consider it a crown jewel of Oregon City. The hazelnut orchard, the Wheeler Farm, I think is also a crown jewel. I think every one of you that has spent time on there, if it was me, I would make it more beautiful than our neighborhood, but I don't get that choice. I heard the developer said that it made better sense for them. I pay $6,600 a year in taxes. I think that I should have some type of voice in what I would like to happen in my neighborhood, the one that my daughter from the age of 3 to 16 is there. The roads that she's driving on that are getting more congested. She just went through driver's ed. We found out that the city of Oregon City had 560 car accidents just within the city limits. That's huge. There's something going on. And we're gonna add another
700.
154 more cars back in a neighborhood where you get maybe 4 accesses through neighborhoods to get out onto Central Point. It's not just getting out on a main road and driving right to Central Point. You're weaving through all the neighborhoods to get there. And I don't know if I got my, but one last question I have though is that where I look here on the plat map and it'll say like lot 33 is plus or minus 7,800 square feet. Does that include the sidewalks? That's the question I have. Is that part of it? So let's take a look at lot 14. So if you strip out the actual sidewalks, which would be 675 square feet of sidewalk, that lot is only 5,918 square feet. Lot 39, strip out the sidewalk, that's only a 6,769 square foot lot. That's way under the R8. And I can go down the entire list of this entire neighborhood. If you start stripping out the sidewalks, it's way under R8.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
I believe the sidewalks and the curbs are part of the public right-of-way.
Correct. The sidewalks and the planter strips are part of the right-of-way. They are not in the lot.
Yep.
So they are accounted for in the right-of-way dimensions.
Any questions for Brian? No. Okay. Leo?
Yes. I've been in construction since 1962, building homes. I started in North Portland. I've been in every city you can think of around here until about 5 years ago. My son retired me. All the lots I worked on are 5s, 5,000 square feet, 7s, 9s. I get here in Oregon City, you got an 8,000 square foot lot with this 6,500 square feet. Now that's bull. I might be getting a little vulgar, not nasty. 8,000 feet should be the minimum of these lots. They can build this place and have 8,000 square foot lots on this thing, so they got 6 or 7 less lots. I don't care. I want it to stay at R10. I don't know why it's getting changed from that. We got R10 homes around it. We're going to get transportation down the street we both live on. A third of these people are going to go down our road. Nobody parks on our whole street. On the street, boy, are we going to get traffic. And they're going to park on the street. Those houses all lined up down that line, they're all going to have a car in front of their house. Not in front, on the street. Those things are so small. I want it to be an R10. I don't like the change. If I have no say about it, and you do 8s, make them 8,000 square feet. That's all I got to say. Thank you. And I didn't give you my name. I'm Leo Marsh.
You did. So, Brian, I thought I lived in the crown jewel in Oregon City.
Yeah.
Oh, you live in our neighborhood?
No, I live in the McLaughlin Historic District.
Oh, that is a crown jewel.
No, he got you on that one.
Yes. Okay, Virginia and Brenda.
Are there, how many better say their names?
Virginia Hokanen? Hokanen? Hokanen. Ooh, I got it right the first time.
Yep. That's where.
Which Brenda? Brenda Wheeler.
Brenda what?
Brenda Wheeler.
Ah.
Why don't you just call both Virginias and both Brendas now?
I don't see another Virginia on here. Was there another? Oh, no, there are two Brendas, but I don't see another Virginia on here. Was there another Virginia?
Okay.
Oh, well.
Yes.
Okay.
We got who we got. We'll move on.
Okay.
Just a second, I got to give Leo back.
Okay, yeah, Leo's got to get back.
You want me to go ahead and go?
please.
Okay, I'm Brenda Wheeler. I'm a new resident in Oregon City. If you look at Orchard Grove Drive, right where it currently ends, that's our house. So we actually would like to see the road go through. When we went to a neighborhood meeting a few months back, our neighbor ahead of time had showed us an R8 and an R10. We went to the meeting. It was, no, R10. R10 is what we're doing. So we would like to see it be R10 and have this spacious, beautiful area that 50, 100 years from now will be like McLaughlin. Because it is. It's gorgeous back in there. And we do have very few ways out. And we are going past lots of small children. And that's something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Virginia Hokanen, and I live on Hazeldale Avenue. And the young man that said that they found it more efficient to add all of these smaller lots to our 10,000 square foot lots. Well, I'm looking at this plot plan, and it looks like there's 3 different houses that are going to be built in the back of my lot. And I think that's ridiculous. I think that if they want to do, I understand they want to do smaller lots because of money and whatever. But if they can have 10,000 square foot lots in back of our in back of our 10,000 square foot lots. My other concern is there's going to be all these families, and where are those kids going to play? Where are those kids going to go to school? I mean, just recently in the last few years, you've closed Pleasant School and you've closed other schools. And now, where are these kids going to go to school? You're going to want to build more schools and raise our taxes. I mean, we pay over, like Brian said, we're paying over $6,000 a year for taxes. And you're going to want to, the city's going to want to increase our taxes to take care of new schools, to take care of all of these kids that are going to be living in these houses. And so I think that it should be fewer houses and there's no playgrounds for these kids either. Thank you.
Can I ask her a question?
Yes, please.
You live on Hazeldale Avenue?
Yes, lot 4600.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out here is I was looking at the map, are these all R10s up in here?
Yes, those are all R10s, at least R10s. Some of them are more than R10s.
So
I saw that, but I wasn't quite sure about this.
This is all R10, this light colored area there.
And so if you look on the plot plan, I'm in lot 4600, and if you look at that, there are 3 houses, 3 lots in back of our property.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And I would say for the record, the school district deals with taxes for schools, not the city. 2 separate districts. Doesn't mean that they're not going to ask for money. I'm just saying it won't be the city. Okay.
Well, they're still going to be wanting money for more schools after they just closed some.
They're proposing to put a bond measure on the ballot, I've been told.
Oh, I'm not surprised because there's going to be all of these more kids.
The kids are probably going to be in trailers at McLaughlin Elementary.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Wheeler and the other Brenda
Martin.
Brenda Martin.
Go ahead. Thank you. Joe Wheeler. Like my wife, we just moved into the Highland Park division 6 months ago. We're on one of the smallest lots in that division, and I would just echo that at South End Neighborhood Association meeting a couple of months ago, the plot plan was presented as an R10 division. But I acknowledge the owner's right to petition and ask for this change. Seeing that our division is an R8 and being on one of the smallest lots in it, realistically, I can't say that that's going to materially change our experience. So I don't really have an objection to it on those grounds. I would say that living on our lot has been kind of challenging to fit vehicles onto, partially because, the road ends right there, so it's kind of hard right now to get into our driveway. But I would just agree with the prior comment that smaller lots like this are going to lead to more cars being parked on the street. And the streets, as they're configured right now, do not readily allow two-way traffic with cars parked on both shoulders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hang in there.
Hi, Brenda Martin. I've timed this like 3 times today, so I hope I get it done in my 3 minutes here.
You're good.
I've lived in Hazel Creek Farm since 2003, when it was developed and backed up to urban growth boundary. Over the last few years, I've seen the property directly behind me go from county to city, zoning R10 and now possibly R8. Myself and Wes Richter have gathered over 85 signatures from residents of the Hazel Creek Farm HOA, that's the Homeowners Association, opposing the zoning change. This proposed new development and zoning change is very very deceitful. The average person reading a letter provided by the city proposing the zoning change simply states that the request from R10 to R8. Clearly, the average person does not know that you can throw in a couple large lots and through some mathematical calculation, the zone change meets the R8 zoning. The proposed plan meets the check mark for the city to approve the zoning change, but in fact, 65 of the 77 lots will be less than 8,000 square feet. This clearly does not meet the goal of maintaining an existing comprehensive plan. This change will dramatically alter the character of our neighborhood. The staff report reports that street sizes will be adjusted unless the width meets the Oregon City roadway standards, but specifically points out Orchard Grove Drive and Lawrence Lane. Please drive around the new subdivisions and look at the parking. The staff reports the plan is a creation of a cohesive neighborhood with the continuation of Orchard Grove Drive and Lawrence Lane. How is that true? The plot map shows over 65 of the houses under 8,000 square feet. Furthermore, directly next, the subdivision is directly next to a 12,000 square foot lot and a 10,000 square foot lot, which was mine. The driveways are set at the minimum requirements set by the city. Just to name a few of the subdivisions that went in: Payson Farm, number 2, Highland Park, Central Point Crossing, Ed Orchards have all annexed into the city and successfully changed their zoning from R10 to R8. What is the need for more zoning changes? The property located on Orchard Grove Drive is prime property adjacent to urban growth boundary. The staff reports indicates that the lots meet the dimension and density of R8. With the approved existing subdivision currently being built, Central Point clearly cannot handle this extra traffic, thus making Orchard Grove Drive a through street to bypass Central Point Road. It is my understanding that when the Wheeler Farm LLC annexed into the county to the city, that all bordering lots urban growth boundary would be zoned R10. This plot map submitted by Ryan Park Development is a deceiving way to get a check mark from the Planning Commission to move forward to the zoning change. Housing Goal 10.1 states, provide for the planning, development, and preservation of a variety of housing types and lot sizes. Policy 10.1.1, maintain the existing residential housing stock in established older neighborhoods by maintaining existing comprehensive plan and zoning designation where appropriate. It appears to me that the staff report does a poor representation of what is outlined in the goals of the Planning Commission. Please save our neighborhood where longstanding Oregon City residents purchase, design their built homes and their retirement homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for waiting before you did that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can pronounce this. So, is it Sierra? Sierra Collins, and is it Jeremy Boyd? Is that right? Oh, Terry, I'm sorry.
I used to be a doctor.
Okay, I can't read your writing. It looks like it's a J. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Her eyes are getting tired.
No, my eyes are not tired. I just said, okay, is that a J or is that? I think it's because you crossed it. That got me crazy. Okay, all right. I don't want to rush anybody.
My name is Sierra Collins. I live on Orchard Grove Drive in the Highland Park neighborhood. I live on one of those 17,000 square foot lots that make our R8 actually an R8, where all of my neighbors have much smaller lots. I enjoy that space. I live 2 houses down where Farmer Vern, as you are affectionately known, sir, and your legacy lives on in our neighborhood. I live a couple houses down from there, and I, every morning, open my window shades to see the beautiful Wheeler Farm. I'm delighted to hear that there is some preservation of Wheeler traditions, and the hugging tree is quite a touching story. That being said, I am so proud of my neighbors for showing up tonight and letting you know that we oppose the R8 rezoning. I also am concerned about the property value of my property being decreased by that change from an R10 to an R8. And I just wanted to point out an answer to the question. We have a lot of fence. The fence is okay under the covenant and the easement. I find the averaging that is allowed disingenuous in terms of trying to understand what's really going on in a neighborhood like this, and I'm concerned about those long, skinny plots as well. I appreciate that this may have been a convenient breaking up of land for the project planners, but it certainly has a big impact on my family. I think I'm the family that we want to attract to our neighborhood. You know, I've got my daughter who goes to John McLaughlin. I'm concerned about those class sizes. I drive Central Point every day, even just to work here in Oregon City. I'm not even trying to get off the hill. But I find that I'm going to be one of those people that's deeply impacted by Orchard Grove going through and becoming a through street, as Brenda before me pointed out. My husband asked me to point out a couple of things, and representing him tonight, our Winnie Way has been moved around in a couple of the different iterations of this plan, anywhere from going to the property line, dividing between the Wheelers, my neighbors, and ours, all the way to shining directly where headlights would pass into where my husband is a work-at-home kind of dad. So that would be into his den. We have had construction going on since we arrived a year ago, and the dust and the noise from the construction around us has been problematic for him. He was curious as to what the city would impose as in terms of noise hours and dust mitigation, and just be considerate of placement of the streets and how that can impact the specifically Winnie Way and our front door. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
So just so you know, we do have a city noise ordinance now, and it specifies, I believe, hours that they can start construction. And I'm assuming, you know, most these folks have been considerate, and hopefully they'll come around and let you know when something really crazy is going to be happening, or if they think it's going to be loud, but you can get that.
Well, they've been considerate of the noise. They haven't been considerate of the garbage that they produce, and a lot of it does blow onto the Wheelers' property line and their fence line. And so we look forward to that being handled better in the next development.
All right, Terry.
My name's Terry Boyd. I live on Orchard Grove Drive. And let's just cut to the chase. I mean, I know why we're all here tonight. It's about dollars, and it's also about a lot of inaccuracies, and I'll get to those here in just 1 second. 15 years ago, the majority of the people that are in this room moved out to a small part of Oregon City that was kind of unknown, and it was very interesting to everybody because if you looked at the neighborhoods that were around it, the neighborhood that we were going to invest in looked very similar to all the other neighborhoods. It seemed like a smart and safe investment, and we did. We turned it into one of the premier neighborhoods in all of Oregon City. It's coveted. The turnover rate, I think, has been maybe 12 houses in the 15 years that I've lived there. We invested at a rate of about $8.2 million in property taxes cumulatively over this last 14 years. We should have a say in this. The inaccuracies that I'm talking about, and you picked up on it, and I appreciate it. Is it Mabe? Is that how you say your last name, Commissioner? Maybe? Because it's just very obvious. The fix to the solution, nobody here is telling you not to build a neighborhood. Let's have a transition in there. I mean, I find it highly unusual that the 6,000 square foot lots are pretty well marked in all the neighborhoods, but they're suspiciously missing from this plat map up there. You caught it because you looked at it. It was very obvious on the printed one, but on the projected one, it's not up there. We invested that money in taxes so that we would have people like yourself, highly qualified, that not only would look at new opportunities, but would have the backs of the people that have invested in this city for a very long time. That's why we're here tonight, because we're counting on you to get this right tonight. And one thing that I saw that seemed very unusual, and I'll ask this question to you, Ms. Richter, is it unusual for a senior planning commissioner to step behind closed doors during a 6-minute recess with the engineering staff and then come in and then actually advise them pretty much verbatim on what to say during this meeting tonight? Is that an unusual situation? Because it sure seems like it to all of us. Is it anti-procedural?
Sorry, so you would want to ask a question to the chair, and then the chair can direct.
Okay, I'm sorry. Was that an unusual situation?
Ask the attorney. Our attorney.
Who are you referring to went behind closed doors?
Senior planner Christina Gardner did during the 6-minute recess. I have pictures of it. I also heard them when they walked in. Several people overheard verbatim. Seemed like it was suggested conversation on what to say in here tonight.
Okay.
That seems very unusual to all of us.
Do you want me to answer the question?
Please.
The city staff has an obligation to talk to applicants and neighbors and opponents and all kinds of groups. There is no prohibition to city staff speaking with anybody with regard to any application. The issue is that the concern with contacts and bias comes when you are a decision maker. And that has to do with the planning commission making a decision. Ms. Robertson Gardner, Ms. Turway, myself, we are just city staff. We don't make a decision. So that's the difference.
Yeah, but if
So there is no procedural
The optics are bad.
irregularity with staff talking to participants.
I want to address one inaccuracy too that was stated, that the lots in our neighborhood, that there are lots in our neighborhood that are under 10,000 square feet. You might find one. I can't find one that is 10,000 square feet. I can't find one that's 9,000, and I can't find one that's 8,000 in a supposed R8 neighborhood. I can find a lot of 6,000 ones. I can find some 5,000 and a couple of 7,000 square foot one. Let's just put it on the table. You offered up a fantastic solution, Mr. Maybe, early on. I think it would be reasonable. I can't speak for all of my neighbors. We're not asking you to not build the neighborhood. We're asking you to give us a reasonable transition. Having I think it's 11 houses in a row that are completely inconsistent with the rest of the neighborhoods around there. You can go way over a mile and a half away to wherever that is by Noblewood Avenue. That's not even remotely close to our neighborhood. You can certainly say it's in Oregon City, so is Beaver Creek. You know, I mean, come on, it's not even remotely in the vicinity of our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you. So Bob and West. Bob Kelly.
Yeah.
And
I would like to.
come on, you have to, before you have to come up and talk to us, not just me.
Yeah, and in the mic. So.
And in the mic.
Okay. Bob Kelly, I am the president for the Hazel Creek Farms Homeowners Association. I would like to defer my time to the end. As my
you are the end.
Well, thank you.
Well, West goes, and then
Well, you are the beginning and the end. You are
Okay, well,
infinity.
I'll let Wes go.
Okay.
And then I will
You're
be the
infinity.
end. I bet you're glad to see me, aren't you?
Not everybody here is going.
Good.
My name is Wes Richter, and I am. I live on Orchard Grove Drive in the Hazel Creek Farm Development, and I'm going to kind of read mine. In the addressing the zoning change from
our 3 minutes.
I timed myself at home several times, but from R10 to R8, I read that the Planning Commission say that their goal is a creation of a cohesive neighborhood. I believe the neighborhood plan is not cohesive to the neighborhood that they will become a part of. The proposed neighborhood will noticeably look different. The lots as planned are 60 feet wide at the street, contrasting with most of my neighborhood having 100-foot wide lots. A very noticeable difference will be a front setback of 10 feet from a home's porch and 15-foot setback in the back from a back porch, along with houses being closer together. When I have driven around the new neighborhoods, many houses don't park their cars in the garage and park their cars on the street. The driveways are short because of the reduced setbacks, and there isn't room to park their vehicles. Our HOA rules don't allow us to keep cars parked on the street for an extended period of time. This allows for 2 cars to pass on the street and doesn't cause obstruction of view of the road for safety. Continuing down Orchard Grove Drive from my house, there is a row of 11 lots planned that are mostly 6,000 square foot lots. The property behind those lots will probably never be developed. It is a desirable place to put 10,000 foot lots that buyers would be very interested in purchasing. Putting in this row of houses is not cohesive to the homes that they border in the Hazel Creek Farm neighborhood. The word several and a number of planned lots are used to describe how many planned lots are less than 8,000 square feet. Counting the lots on the plot map says that in fact 65 of the 77 lots are less than 8,000 square feet. That is many more than several. The city's use of averaging lot size to qualify for zoning has produced what is said to be R8, but really is an R6 neighborhood. There are 3 lots that are 60 feet wide and about 450 feet deep. They are around 25,000 square foot lots. These lots are what make the development able to be called R8 because of averaging. I don't see that these 3 lots are practical for building, and I see them only as helping to qualify the neighborhood as R8. The city said that changing the zoning on the proposed development will expand the housing types and options available in the city. I have searched online to look at the new developments, and I only see R8 and R6 developments. Adding more R8 doesn't expand the availability of a variety of properties for buyers. There are buyers looking for a home that has some possibility of parking an RV and has some space around it so that they aren't so crowded in a neighborhood. Our neighborhood is a sought-after area, and homes in our neighborhood sell very quickly. Keeping this property as R10 adds more diversity and is an asset to Oregon City. The school district, fire department, and police department were asked if changing the zoning of the property from R10 to R8 will have an impact on them. They answered no. That makes it sound as if they are not impacted by the number of homes being built. I found changing from R10 to R8 will probably add 11 more houses. Their answer was to the question of adding an additional 11 homes, not 77. I would like to hear what their answers to the question, what will the impact be with adding 77 more homes? I know that Oregon City schools are full. The development will add more streets for the police to patrol and additional calls for people in need. Our streets are noticeably congested. I don't see Central Point Road being able to handle all the additional traffic that will be added. I see that the answer to that is that Orchard Grove Drive will become a main arterial street. When this property was voted to be within the city limits, we were told it was going to be zoned R10, and now the city is asking for us to approve changing it to R8. It feels like the city and the developer are manipulating facts and concerns of our neighborhood to justify their plan. I hope that you will consider the impact to our neighborhood and city. I've invested in living in the Hazel Creek Farm neighborhood. I don't want my livability and investment to be reduced. A different plan for development other than what is proposed wouldn't change the type of neighborhood I am in. The city has said that they want to develop the area with property cohesive and with continuity to our neighborhood. I hope that is what gets planned. Keep the property R10.
Thank you.
Now?
Yes.
Okay. I just have a really quick curiosity question. When was the last time that there was a development in Oregon City that was 10,000 square feet? That would be Hazel Creek Farms.
Yeah, I was going to say.
2003.
Yeah.
Everything else since then has been less.
Yeah, Trailview.
Trailview in 2003 as well.
Yeah, but that was the last time, so we've provided housing and everybody gets that direction. I've been there since the beginning in 2003 when we built our house. Like Terry, I've invested a tremendous amount of money in my taxes every year. I wish I had his. Our subdivision is very much in desire as far as homes within the Oregon City area. We had 3 houses that had open houses 3 weeks ago. 1 sold on Saturday, 1 sold on Sunday, and 1 sold day before yesterday. So the fact that everybody said, well, you need to have more affordable housing. Housing in our subdivision at 10,000 square feet is very much affordable. Everybody, development-wise, I understand, because you get to be more houses, more money. I understand the fees to build the houses provide revenue for the city. Other things that I have problems with, and I would challenge the traffic people that the intersection at Lynn and Central Point and Leland and Warner Parrott and Warner Milne has already failed because it takes me 5 lights to get off of Central Point to where I can get to make the left-hand turn on the Lynn to go down it. And that's during peak time.
That's actually what he said. It is failed.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to fail, in years to come. It's there now. The other problem that I have, because I have the distinction of living up against the water retention pond that was part of our development, that both of these, from what I understand, the runoff from those will run into ours. And talking with Eric Hand down at the city, I said, it has filled up. We used to have about a foot and a half worth of height left for the water to build up before it got into the overflow. And that is now at the bottom of the stuff. And the reason I know that is I go out and clean the grates out when it starts backing up to where it gets to the fence line. So to the point that I actually had to dig a secondary water for my runoff for the roofs and that kind of stuff. But long story short, 10,000 square feet is a reasonable and contingency within what our subdivision is. We're not asking for the world. We're just asking, make it the same. We understand the developer is trying to maximize the property. Coming to you for an R8, and as everybody else has said, find one in there for me. There are very few. Once again, using the 26,000 square foot lots to average out, I'm thinking it doesn't make sense. Granted, it's within the rules, but it doesn't make sense. And as you go forward and consider this proposal, we ask on behalf of the Hazel Creek Farm Homeowners Association that you have it remain at R10 all the way through. We started out with Ed's at R6, and they came back and said, okay, we'll give you R8 in there, and we'll give you 10,000 square foot against ours. And I know I'm up against the button, but it's not consistent with what they did at Ed's as what they're proposing here. We ask that you make it R10. Thank you for your time.
And I have the signatures for the petition. And
give those to Christina.
No, pass them.
Do you have a copy of it?
The petition?
You have a copy for yourself?
I made a copy for
myself. And this will be Exhibit 2 tonight, entered into the record.
All right. Before we get to the next part, I'm going to ask the Planning Commission, I would like to recommend that we hold on rebuttal and continue this, because I think you're all looking a little long in the tooth.
I agree.
Or you could have rebuttal and close the record and come back at the next meeting for a decision.
Well, I have one item that I think is going to require the record to stay open.
Okay.
Sure. And I'll just state what it is now. We've heard testimony that what was said at the neighborhood association is different than what they're proposing now. The applicant has submitted their own version of the minutes along with the signature sheets, but we don't have the original minutes from the neighborhood association, which should list what was discussed. And I'd like to have those original minutes.
Yeah. Sure. I had a question about that as well.
So with that, since we're going to keep it open, should we wait?
Can I say something?
Nope.
Sure.
You need to
we can
come-
either have rebuttal now, or you can continue it now and start again at rebuttal. The problem is that when the record's open, we come back at the next meeting.
Right.
We're going to have to take testimony at the meeting because the record is open till we get to the meeting, which is okay.
Right, yeah.
It's fine. I'm just
Are you guys okay with
stating
that?
the facts.
Okay, so what we're talking about doing is keeping the record open, continuing the public hearing to our next meeting, which would be October 9th. And if there's any new information that comes in, then the applicant can still have somebody go out in the hallway and wander around because the light turns off as a motion sensor.
Yeah,
It's like,
doesn't matter.
yeah, anyway.
It's right on here.
Anyway,
So we would,
so are you guys okay with that?
and then you'd have 2 weeks to figure out your rebuttal, if any.
The question is,
Do I see you nodding or I see you going, no, what?
They can extend.
I will not be in the country.
Okay.
Or the first one.
Because actually there's the owner, but you guys are representing the applicant?
Both. We're representing the owner and the
Applicant, okay. All right, go ahead, make a motion.
You good with that, everybody?
They're all good.
Then I move that we continue the public. I can't. I'm trying.
Continue the-
There it is.
yeah.
There it is.
TP.
We continue the hearing for TP 1703 and zone change ZC 1702, with leaving the record open to October 9th at our next meeting. So
I second it.
Second it. There's been a second. Been moved and seconded. On the motion.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Maybe?
Aye.
Mr. Guile?
Aye.
Mr. Henkin?
Aye.
Mr. Mahoney?
Aye.
Chair McGriff?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, so does everybody understand that? So the record is still open. You can submit additional testimony if you like. We will have another public hearing on this on October the 9th at 7 p.m.
is when the meeting will start.
We'll be in the meeting. We'll start, hopefully start on time. So we appreciate your coming. And
Request to be the first on the agenda?
you will be first on the agenda. So,
After general comments.
yes,
but yeah.
after, yes, roll comments. Okay, so we have one more item on the agenda, and I think we need to request a continuance on that item.
Can we request to just do the quick presentation? We have consultants that waited through this whole hearing, and we'll be very
No,
quick.
I'm not ready to do that. She wants to know if we can do the presentation.
For the people she's had here.
We can be very, very quick. We just had consultants.
I'm
and
recommending that we continue.
I only paid consultants to come to one meeting and not
Yeah, she wants
multiple.
presentation because she's pulled in
I
consultants.
don't care.
Oh.
I don't care.
I promise we'll be very quick.
The commission has not made a ruling yet.
Plus, we also, we continued a lot of things the next hearing, so my concern is that we're going to have a lot of stuff for the next hearing if we don't even break into
I am
it.
fine with that. I'd like to move that we continue PZ 1701, ZC 1704, and SP 17114, so it can either be voted up or down. Is there a
We need
second?
I'll second to give the vote.
How quick, Laura?
We don't even have any public. It's just us. It's like a 10, it'll help you, I think, in your
If it's
next
5
meeting
minutes,
if we
I'm
can
for
get
it. If
into
it's
it.
longer than 5 minutes, no. Laura, I am right now, I'm telling you, for the first time, I'm tired.
We'll do it. We'll do it.
I am not concentrating on something else tonight, and I would just as soon you come back when we're fresh and we can do this in a reasonable manner. So we've had a second. He's tired. I know you're tired. We're all tired. I don't think it does you any favor as city staff to have us hear this when we are tired. Because I'm tired, and I'm saying it for the record. I
Well, let's
appreciate.
have the vote, and let's
all
go
those
forward.
Go ahead. All those in favor of the motion? Bob?
Aye.
Zach?
I can do this. Mr. Johnson?
So
this is a motion to continue the application?
Yes.
And not hear the applicant's or staff presentation?
No.
What does that mean, no?
No to the motion.
Okay.
Mr. Maybe?
No.
Mr. Guile?
No.
Mr. Henkin?
I'm here, no.
Mr. Mahoney?
No.
Motion fails. Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman Criff, I apologize.
I support the motion.
Okay.
I am not.
Sorry, that was implied, but I didn't.
I agree,
You
but
could do the presentation and then go home.
you've got 7 minutes.
They're going to have to redo it.
Okay, so I'm Christina's giving you the presentation. This is for the moving for the Community Development Department, and since I'm the Community Development Director, I'm going to go sit in the audience. Christina's going to do the presentation, and we will be out of here in less than 10 minutes. It'll be really quick.
I like 10 better than 15.
No, I like 5.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel like this is the presentation of my life here. Okay.
No, it's not.
This is PZ 1701 Comprehensive Plan Amendment, ZZ 1704 Zone Change, and SP 17114 Minor Site Plan for the tenant improvement to an annex building. Oh, sorry, wrong. At Mount Pleasant School. And as I discussed in the last application, the minor site plan would have been a type 1 site plan, but because it was done concurrently with the zone change and comprehensive plan amendment, we packaged the whole thing up to you. So I will not spend much time on the minor site plan because that is a very clear and objective process, and that the conditions of approval are laid out in the staff report for that. To get you oriented, the star at 698 Warner Parrott Road is the annex. Mount Pleasant School is at 1232 Lynn Avenue. Right now, the only thing being proposed in the minor site plan is the tenant improvement to the annex. However, we have some zoning discrepancies. So the comprehensive plan is, majority of the property is quasi-public with that little triangle piece of medium density residential. And then the zoning is R10 and R3.5. So we have a comprehensive plan designation that looks at the use as quasi-public, but the zoning does not match up. That is often the case in the city of Oregon City. At the time of the comprehensive plan update in 2004, there was a direction not to move forward to rezone those mostly school properties to an institutional zone, but to allow them to keep their existing residential zone, but put the comprehensive plan designation at quasi-public to allow long-term direction on those uses. So we are here back today as a request, as this the Community Development Department wants to move into the annex, to look at the ability to rezone the site to match its comprehensive plan designation and look at the impacts of that rezone. The one difference with this is because only a small portion of the property is having a tenant improvement and the redevelopment of the site is not really proposed at this time, staff has recommended a trip cap and the applicant has accepted. And what that means is the impact of the existing school trips is a certain amount, which is 238 a.m. and 143 p.m. peak hour trips, which means that if the site cannot redevelop either through future land uses or business license review that has a trip generation that is higher than the existing school use without coming back to look at improvements that are proportional to their impact. So the cap is based on the number of trips as a school. So what is being proposed today is a piece of that puzzle, and then there's such as the existing school that's there and any additions that are add on to that school or any new land uses. So that's the trip cap that is put on this zone change. Here's a picture of the minor site plan exterior revisions. There's a new entrance both on the interior as we look at the new roundabout, the Warner Parrott elevation will really be seen as the front door to this project. And so there is really a new elevation kind of entrances both on the kind of interior front and the
kind of exterior front. So since we have twin front doors, there are 2 parking spaces removed and 4 additional parking stalls added. So you can see the stars are the added and the removed have the slash mark, as well as 2 new bike parking. And on the right side, you'll see the additional opportunity for a new pedestrian access through new internal circulation that currently is not there. Increased landscaping will happen only in the parking area of the tenant improvement. Once again, because of the roundabout, that whole area at the intersection of Warner Milne and Warner Parrott and Lynn and Warner Milne is proposed to go in the roundabout. So this is improving a parking lot standard, which would be a proportional requirement when you have tenant improvements at this level. This is existing today. Once again, that front-facing intersection that faces on the top to Warner Parrott and the roundabout, and the rear kind of school-facing is kind of a second twin entrance. This is what it looks like with the proposed exterior alterations that once again meet our clear and objective site plan design review codes through the upgrade. This shows the side elevations. And then the north. This shows the new kind of front entrance improvements that have been made so the public knows where to go, because right now it's a very bland building. There's a south facing. Here's a little internal layout. You can see where the building and planning will be here. This is the new counter, existing bathrooms, new conference room, a small conference room, and this is an existing gym area that will remain. As again, this criteria for zone change and amendments, we're looking at these 4 criteria along with the clear and objective criteria that are found in the site plan design review. So as the site rezones from the residential zoning to the institutional, we're looking at these capacity questions and can the application either as submitted or as conditioned be able to meet these requirements for the zone change. Mr. Replinger has provided in his packet kind of his recommendations for the trip cap and how that can be reviewed to show compliance with the zone change. And staff agrees with the trip cap option. I know these are not required, but here's just some internal photos for context. This is existing condition. The hallway that would be to the right would be the new planning building counter. These are existing bathrooms. This is kind of the existing open area. These will be laid out into the cubicles and the conference rooms. So I'm going to go back, and I've hopefully done this quick, but if we could have 2 minutes for Mr. Recklinger to quickly lay over the transportation analysis for this zone change.
The applicant had John Replinger, consulting traffic engineer for the city. The applicant had a traffic impact study performed. The key elements in terms of the traffic impact study were a establishment of a trip cap that corresponded with the prior use of the elementary school. The entire property, the 8 acres, would have that trip cap assigned to it. The calculation was performed on the basis of the government office building occupying the annex and a continuation of the private elementary school for at least the next year in most of the remainder of the site. Those 2 developments come in at less than the trip cap. Therefore, the compliance with the transportation planning rule was assured. The impact of the development is very small, thus a traffic analysis letter was the appropriate thing to look at. There are a few specific recommendations made by the applicant's traffic engineer about signing and some various things relating to ADA, accessibility, and so forth. I agree with all of the recommendations, but not necessarily with the timing. So I've specifically identified a few items that I would recommend as conditions of approval. The most important of those, however, is the trip cap. retaining a use that falls below that of the prior elementary school use. Questions?
Not tonight.
Okay.
I'll have them for the next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay. So I think there's a motion then to continue the application. Oh, sorry. I think we have to afford the ability of the applicant to make a quick presentation.
I think she's pushing it.
Rip, do it. Make it happen.
Hi. Good evening, Laura Torre, Community Development Director for the City of Oregon City. I'll talk really fast. Thank you very much for having the opportunity to listen and sit there tonight. So the purpose of this application is for community development to relocate to the Mount Pleasant Annex. This doesn't include any additional thing associated with any future development on site. That'll have to go through another additional public process. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight because we have our consultants here, and we wanted to make sure that, as always, we're very fiscally responsible with taxpayer money. And so they're here tonight, but they're probably not going to be here next time. So we're here to answer any questions you have. So please feel free to let us know what we can do.
How much is it going to cost to remodel a building?
It's a little bit more than $1 million, and which is, so right now we pay rent every month, and so we couldn't be more excited about this. So I'm acknowledging that this is irrelevant for the proposal before you, but we're excited about not paying rent and investing in existing buildings that we already have in the city. If we kind of calculate what we pay now for rent versus the remodel of this, it's 7.5 years worth of rent. I mean, it's such a fiscally responsible decision on the city commission's behalf to move forward with this application. Also, it's on a transit line. It's in a good location for where a lot of community development's customers come from, which, as you could see from the prior applications tonight, is kind of on the fringes of the city. So we're excited for it. We think it will provide more parking for our customers, and we hope you are too.
So where's the money coming from?
The money has already been budgeted in our general fund.
For 7.5 years worth?
Yeah, our lease is up in April, and so we have to go somewhere. And so that was the decision by the city commission.
I guess my concern is we passed the police bond. Are you going to be there in 7.5 years, or are you going to have to move again?
No, this is it. There is no... The good thing about the layout that Christina showed you is that there's space to grow within that building. We do not intend to leave that location. The police facility will come before the Planning Commission and is a conditional use under this new zoning designation, and we would co-locate there so that we would get the benefit of utilizing same conference rooms and cleaning services and things like that. So there are a lot of financial benefits to co-location, in addition to the fact that we don't have to pay ourselves rent. So
I'm just concerned that some of the plans I saw in the police designs did not have that building in existence anymore. So
yeah, it's still there.
Well, some of them I saw didn't, but okay.
We will
I just
remain.
didn't want you to be there for like 2 years, then okay, we're going to bulldoze you, find another place.
So
I appreciate that.
Do you have
I
a
do
question,
not want to be
Zach,
bulldozed
or
either.
Bob? So a broader question, do we actually have a facilities plan for the entire city? Because what's concerning me, not about this application, but we've been piecemealing this stuff for about the last 10 years, and this is just the latest in a long line of, who's on first. We got Public Works, we got the police department, we've got this department and that department, so we've got all these departments jockeying for space when, do we have a facilities plan for city? Because I know we've already outgrown this place, so that's going to be on the docket somewhere.
I do have a question.
So do we have one?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's what I thought. I didn't think we had one.
Is there any reason why we should continue discussing this?
No.
Why don't we just continue it?
No.
Do you have any questions for the consultants who won't be here?
I have to say, normally I have a lot of questions. I apologize. I am just not prepared to be to ask you any questions. I have probably a lot of them, but I'm just not prepared to do it tonight. So I'm very sorry. I apologize on behalf of myself. I'm not apologizing for them.
Comes with the territory, gang. I don't apologize.
Is there a motion?
Move we continue this until
October 9th?
October
Do we
9th.
want to do the 9th or do we want to do the 23rd? Because we're starting to push stuff.
I'd like the 23rd, because I won't be here on the 9th.
Okay.
Christina, what is staff, what do we have? I don't know what the
Agenda is.
agendas look like.
Wasn't the 23rd our hotel stuff?
Yeah.
It is.
Right now, I have to look up our agenda
Let's
items.
just move it to the 9th.
All right. Proposed continuation of this
I
item.
second it.
Until the 9th.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Mavey.
Aye.
Mr. Guile.
Aye.
Mr. Henkin. Mr. Mahoney.
Aye.
Chair McGriff.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We are adjourned.
Anybody got any ice cream at home?